カメレオンじゃ。
ネッシーのカメレオンじゃなくてヘネシーのナポレオン。
あ、そう、そのヘネシーのカメレオンがなくなったんだ。
ヘネシーのナポレオン。
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
And it is not just any Wednesday. Let me tell you right now, this minute, what Wednesday it is. We're playing Dream Daddy today. We decided yesterday. We're doing it. It's happening today. Today is the day it's happening. Today. On this day today. Let me say hello to all of you, including the sneaky overnight resubs and subs. Zargan Dragon sneakily resubbed overnight for 40 amount of months. That's a long time, lads. A wild noon, thank you very much for your prime. Minus Indulgence, thank you for 10 months. And I'm going to start saying hello to you. I'm going to get you Paradoxica and Incurred Screaming and Fireflower and Journey Engine, Nevrix and Paradoxica and Paradoxia and Paradox. Sorry, I'm going to say hello to you like 400 times. 500 times. 1 second. Okay, sorry, I had to do something. Venator, hello. Rosie Tees and Mars Reddard, hello. And Plaid Laura and Tassos and Journey Engine, Moon Bitch and Me Piano and Pink Creature, Soul Shroom and Seal This Deal, hello. And Vita Roja and Jerry Flynn and Higher Mish, hello. And Rye Creates and Pickle Rick and Rearins and Captain Wezzers, hello. I've definitely repeated some names, so I don't really care. I'll say hello to you 400 times if I have to. I'll do it. Don't test me. Do not test me, because you know I'll do it. You know I will. Strays of Dodot, hello. Lady Faust and Zaffle Small Dog, hello. I'm here. We're not going to dilly or dally for too long today. But Neuroics, hello. We will not dilly, we will not dally, but we might mess around a little bit. Mochi, thank you for 25 months. We all know DILF stands for Damn I Love Frongs. What the hell is a frong? Why did I say that? You know, I had a really good day of being able to speak properly when I took those 2 days off deliberately. A deliberate 2 days off there a couple of months ago, and I just can't do it today. Soapy Faye, hello. Your dress, I love your dress is shaded blue. Thanks. I was going to say I got. Well, I suppose I did get it myself. I'll do a fit check first in a minute. But did you know I also I put all my outfits on the Instagram. I put them all there. I put them there. I placed them there. I put them carefully on my little Instagram shop. Okay, hang on. Let's see if I can tie this with one hand. Or the hello. Okay, I have to tell you a quick story. I'm convinced. The reason I took a minute when I was starting, I was like, I'm messaging Orna. I have this like really vivid memory of Orna gifting me Dream Daddy on Steam, but she has no memory of gifting it to me. So I'm sitting wondering, like, how did I acquire this game? Because I didn't get it. I didn't get it for myself. Somebody gave it to me, and I have a memory of getting it in first lockdown from Orna. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot like this. Airhorn Sound, hello. This game is so sweet. I liked it a lot. I'm very excited. Very excited. I could just search. You know what? I could search my email. I could. I don't know if I want to put everyone on the spot like this, though. Good news from Pinhook. I got my visa approved. Excellent, lads. Give it up for Pinhook. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Okay, you know what? Let's do some detective work, alright? Let's do some detective work right now. I'm gonna search for it in my emails. That's not... Oh, here. Wrong one. I searched in the wrong email. Kova! Go on, 5 minutes, lads. 5 minutes, get your system. Go. It's not in my emails. There's nothing coming up in my email. Hang on. What email address is linked to my Steam account? Okay, I am searching in the right one. Weird. Giolokami, hello. Let me have a look and let me see. How far back can you check your Steam notifications? Probably not that long. Probably not that long at all. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I have the game. And that's what's important. How is everybody doing, lads? How is Mike Chan feeling today? My sentient microphone. My sentient microphone's doing great. Everyone say hello to... Hang on.
Micah-chan.
You have a transaction history in your account. Not sure about... Activity. No, that's for friends. My activity. No, it literally only goes back like a week. That's really strange. It doesn't matter. You know what's important? What's important is we're going to play the game. Oh my god, it was Ordan! Yes, I knew it! It's no big deal, but I knew it! It's in Orda's email. I couldn't find it in mine at all, and I don't know why. I just couldn't find any trace of it. Can we get a big for Orna? Because she's the reason I own this game at all. Tragic Pasta, hello! And Nebulous Odyssey, thank you for 28 months. That is a lot of months. That's several months. Also, we have a new emote that we uploaded yesterday that Queen Rowlet made. Please give big... Can we get some... And before we go any further, I don't know why I said that in the voice of a podcast I listened to. Before we go any further, we have a birthday. There is a birthday in here. Or so I have been told. Voidpunk, is it your birthday today? Because, I heard on the wind. That it may have been your birthday. Now, would I be right in saying that? Hang on, we have to act like we're in government. Would I be right in saying that the day on which we're present here is the day on which you were born one time? Because Voidpunk. Happy birthday! It's your day! Hey! Well, you only get bored one time, okay? Happy birthday! I'm Puffle Master! Thank you for the raid! Happy birthday! Hey! Voidpunk, I hope you're having a very, very, very nice day today. On this day today. Puffle, thank you so much for the raid. Percy Pascal, lovely to see you. How are you keeping? I hope we're all keeping well. Everybody, welcome in. What's the crack? What's going on? Adidas Hat, hello. Let me just give a quick run through. We're playing Dream Daddy today. I have never played this game before. I don't know how intense this gets, so if there's any plot points that are very, very serious, keep them to your own self. I'm pointing. I know it's rude to point, but I'm pointing. Keep them to your own self, because I have not had any of this game spoiled for me. I've never seen anyone play it. I've never watched anyone play it, at least. So, you know. Born once, died twice. Some of us are... That's true. Some people are already one death down, okay? Oh, goodness. Lucifer, hello! How are you doing? Beaniest Bop, hello, no thoughts, only pretty dads. Kneecap Inhaler, got a boss. Okay, before we start, do we want a quick fit check? Because I know what you're like. I know. Now I have to... Listen, I'm gonna turn around because I have to put my shoes back on. There is nobody getting to see my feet for free, in or out of socks, and that is a guarantee. That's a guarantee. What? Oh, there's my... Bye! There he goes.
If you spoil this game, I will boil smell socks in your living room.
You'll do what? Boy, oh, no boil socks. Disgusting. Alright, come here, I show you. Thank you so much for the bits, Jedi. I got new shoes today. I spent like months agonizing over whether or not I should get myself these shoes. So I got these for myself because it was my birthday last week. Big shoes! Big shoe! Gotcha. Yeah. Big shoe! Big shoe. Big shoe. Big shoe. Big and shoe. Big shoe. Big shoe. Big. Oh, you have them as well. See, they're pretty comfy. I definitely need an insole because I'm a half size in shoes. So I always need an insole if I want something to fit properly, unless it's like a pair of runners or something. Now, lads, come here to me. We have very important things to do today. And those things are playing Dream Daddy. Are we ready? Are you ready to play this game? Because we're going. Dullahan, are you ready? Lua Bells, are you ready? Are we all ready? Natalie Craggs, are you ready? I'll ask you individually if I have to, but listen, we'll be here all night. Cake, I must let you know that I have Pavlovian response to dolphin shows because of you. The moment I hear it, I'm filled with incredible joy and must boogie. Yes! I'm so happy to hear that. That makes me so happy. So happy. Let's go. I've never launched this game before. I've never even launched. Oh my god. Okay, wait. We're off to a great start. Screen resolution. Okay, cool. Graphics quality. Dad, daddy, or daddiest? We're off to a fairly strong start, I have to say. Wait, is this made by Game Grumps? I did not know that. I'm so out of the loop, lads. I don't know anything. I don't know things. Oh, geez, there they are. There's all the lads. Oh, we're covering one of the lads. Some of the voices are them. I did not know. I don't know how. I don't know how I didn't know. You know, there is something. Wait, what was that tip that just came on the bottom of the screen? Exercise regularly to stay healthy. Okay. Alright. Cool, okay. Now you bring the volume down a bit. Drive in a way where you never have to use your brakes. Sorry, I had the music loud for dramatic effect. Is that okay for you? Is that a little better? This song is by Bats, who did the I Want to See My Little Boy Vine way back when. Oh my god, that's excellent. I didn't know that. That's very good. Alright, is the volume good for you? Yes, no, maybe so. It's okay to cry if you're feeling sad. It's true. It's true. It's allowed. Alright. Spend less money than you make. Good advice. Okay, I'm gonna go into options. Minigames, we'll get to it. Streamer safe mode. What on earth could be copyright flaggable in this game? Well, I might as well do it, just to be safe. Just in case. Continue. I don't have a game to continue, so... Oh, it's probably licensed music, you're right. Alright, new game, let's go. Oh, the visuals are quite nice. Dad? Dad, wake up! Wake up, pretend to be dead, or 5 more minutes. Let's pretend to be dead. I let my tongue roll out of my mouth and stop breathing. Amanda shakes me. Come on, Dad. This hasn't worked on me since I was 6. I'm sorry, Amanda. This is the end for me. Dad, I swear to God. Amanda, I bequeath to you all my earthly possessions. Spread my ashes over my recliner. Okay, well, your corpse better get into the moving van, because it's leaving soon. I finally open my eyes and sit up. I'm lying in the middle of the living room, spooning a moving box. I yawn and stretch. Morning, Manda Panda. Ugh, dad breath. Go brush your teeth. Disgusting.
Build that dad.
Wait, oh, we get to create our character. Oh, character creation. Okay, I'm gonna move myself down to the corner for a second. Just while we're doing this. Just while we're doing this, alright? You got several body types. I'm trying to think if I can make a cursed dad. Like, I'm not sure it's gonna let me. Not sure. Not 100% sure. You can? Alright, let's do it then. I don't know if we really can. Huh. This is cool. Oh my god, lads. Listen, anytime we have to make a male character in a video game, you know who we make. You know who we make every single time. It is the law, which means he has to be a little roundier, you know? Oh, those are some strong eyes. That's the one. I think it's gonna have to be that. Noses. I need to deal. The eyebrows are driving me mad. Oh. Handsome Dave's a bit too rehydrated. I think he's pretty rehydrated. Like, he's a fairly normal amount of rehydrated. I'm not sure. Facial hair, actually. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this incarnation of Dave. This one is pretty good because it gives a good, like, right around the face. What do you think? Just like, right, glasses. I'm not sure he would have glasses. Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe these ones. Dave would probably grow a beard if he could. I mean, listen. Why not? What else would you be doing? What else would you be doing? Piercings. I feel like... Hang on, I'm gonna get rid of the glasses for a second. I feel like Dave would have one of these little ones here. I don't... What are these called? The, like, on the... This part of your nose that people get. I can't remember what they're called. Yeah, the glasses take away from the eyebrows, so we're not going to bother with those. Bridge. Thank you. I couldn't remember the word bridge for some reason. Clothing. I'm not sure. Do we want to make, like... I actually don't know if I like the face shape. I think the face shape's a little bit terrifying. If we're going to make him Handsome Dave, let's not focus quite so much on him being...
Oh no, he's hot!
Anime Dave. Vinisher, thank you for the bits. I think... I'm not sure about the... I'm actually not sure about the beard. Somehow it's worse without the beard. Hang on. Scottish Kitty, thank you so much for 3 months. Happy Tadmas. Wait. Something is wrong about this. Something is... Not wrong. Something just feels a little, different than expected. His face looks too small for his head. I don't know how else to explain that. Let's try on a different face. Oh, it has to be the chin. It has to be the chin. Like, look at that chin. It has to be. It's gotta be the chin. Still not sure which body. I know, like, historically, though, we've made Dave, like, very, very tall and thin, but I don't know why. What do you think? Acorn Jelly, how are you doing? Hello. Huh. Oh, for reference, for anyone who might be new to the stream, I should probably introduce you to actual Dave, just in case. This is actual Dave. I'm sure he's very, very impressed with being made like this. Love the round Dave? Alright, we'll stay with round Dave. This'll do. We'll make him look like he's gotten like a little healthy bit of sunshine. Oh, hang on, those eyes are... There's a lot of really strong eyes. These ones are very Dave. These ones are very, very, very Dave, if you ask me. As are these ones. That's pretty strong. We still haven't picked an outfit. Oh, this one's good. This one's pretty good. This is pretty good. That's pretty funny. Or do I prefer the suit? There's a couple of... It's gonna be this one, I'm sorry. I'm still thinking, like, should we have the... I'm not sure I'm sold on the shadow. But I think it has to be the Giga Chad chin. Yeah, I feel like a Hawaiian shirt would be very, very good in here, but there isn't one. I mean, there is one, but it's with, like, a little jacket and stuff, and I'm not as gone on that. Oh, that's very, very strong. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna leave his mouth like that because I think it's funny. Oh, that looks like a little beak. Oh, that's perfect. That's it. That's perfect. All right. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I'm gonna put myself back up this way. Looking good.
Name that dad.
It's gonna have to just be Dave Destroyer, because I can't fit Destroyer of Worlds. I can't wait for Dave to fall in love. Look at him, he's so majestic. Actually, do we want to change the hair? Hang on, 1 second. I hadn't really played around with the hair at all. Oh my god, the Goku hair! Oh, that's very good. Alright, Goku hair is a bit of a front runner right now. It's gonna be Goku hair.
Name that dad.
It suits him. It's meant to be. Let's go.
Be that dad.
Be that dad! Always bring a war chest. Always. Who wouldn't want this form of Dave? Exactly. Did you fall asleep packing? Oh, jeez, hang on. Do you know what? I'm gonna put myself over the other side of the screen. Although I don't know if there's anywhere I can put myself out of the way here, really. This is a little more out of the way, I think. That'll do. Alright, we're on this side now, lads. We're on this side. I got most of it done, I think. Searching around the room, it looks like I did a pretty good job. Every box is sealed except for one. Wait! Straggler. Oh, what's in it? Looking into the box, I see a bunch of old photos and little photo albums. Whoa, I haven't seen these in years. I pulled out one of the dusty albums from the top pile and we begin looking through it. Aww. Aww. That's the coolest baby I've ever been. The only way your father... Oh! Yeah, Amanda Destroyer is her name now, by the way. That is our canonical surname. The only way your father and I could get you to stop crying was putting the sunglasses on you. Oh, that's cute. But whenever we tried to take them off, you'd start crying again. You spent the first 2 years of your life with sunglasses on. Nice. Halloween when you were maybe 4? Oh no, that's so cute. Oh my god, that dragon costume. You couldn't decide between being a princess or a dragon, so you went with both. Princess Dragon! Oh! Huh? Why do I remember crying in that dragon costume? You saw yourself in the mirror and realized you were afraid of dragons. Seeing yourself inside the dragon's mouth was realization of your greatest fear, I think. Right, yup. Definitely repressed that memory. And this was you in your horse phase. Oh, Dad. I believe you named that plush horse Sir Horsington the Brave. I don't think that was his... Amanda lunges for the photo, but I quickly snatch it away and holds it above her head with my superior dad arms. Nice try, but this is important blackmail for later down the road. Go ahead and try me. I've seen pictures of you in your ska band. Dave was in a ska band. Ouch, kid. The Scammunist Manifesto had a chance back in the day. I look off into the distance and reminisce about that rad horn section. Hey, it's Emma P! Ugh. No, Dad, that's Emma R. I didn't meet Emma P until about high school. Honey, I promise you, wholeheartedly, that I will never stop mixing those two up. Dad, Emma R has been my best friend since I was 7. Give it, like, a little bit of effort. Oh, right. Emma P was the one who... tried to steal people's pets, fired a flaming tennis ball at the police station, or pooped her pants during a sleepover. I quite like the flaming tennis ball at the police station. Lighter fluid, tennis ball, tennis racket, right?
Yeah.
Dad, that was... it was you! So Dave hit a burning tennis ball at the police station. It makes sense. Alright. I was a wild child. I was 6 when you did it. Okay, Amanda, I wasn't aiming for the police station. It just happened that there was a police station in the vicinity of where I wanted to hit a flaming tennis ball. Ugh. Yeah, I remember you explaining that to the police. They didn't believe me either. Huh. Anyway, I gotta show this to Emma R later. She'll get a kick out of it. The first photography award you ever won. Oh. Yeah, and it got us a $20 gift card to McFridays. I love McFridays. It's great, lads. And then you got food poisoning from the cheesy tostada blasts. What's a tostada? I think you mean food poisoning, you know, with a Z. Ugh, Dad. Still can't drive past McFridays without gagging. Still proud of you, though. Amanda reaches deep down into the box and pulls out one last photo. Huh? Neither of us say a word. We stare at the photo for a long moment. I finally decide to break the silence. This is the day we adopted you. It's kind of a funny story. The day we brought you home, we got into a car accident. It wasn't anything big, just a little fender bender in the parking lot. But of course I was freaking out, and the little old lady who crashed into us was freaking out, and I didn't know what to do. But your father, oh man. He holds my hand and he looked me directly in the eyes, the calmest I've ever seen him. He says, "It's okay. It's all gonna be okay." Oh, he was right, you know. I stare at the picture for longer. Maybe too long. I miss him. I miss him. I can't even imagine what it must be like for Amanda. Huh. She pats me on the back. Come on, Pops, we gotta finish packing. The moving van won't wait forever. You're right. You're right. Lost World, thank you for 2 months. And Les Online, yes, it's a Dave Goku. It's Dave. No, it's Dave. Amanda and I pile into the car and take one last look at the old house. So many memories here. Hard to believe your father and I bought this place almost 20 years ago. Hey, remember when I shattered the front window playing catch? You always had very strong arms. Hey, remember when I shattered the other front window pretending to be a robot who breaks windows? You're a very imaginative child. Dan, how are you doing? Have you played this out of interest?
Alright.
Hey, remember when I broke the back window playing... We get it, Amanda. You break stuff. And there'll be plenty more stuff for me to break in the new place. Memories to make and stuff to break. You ready? We sit in silence for a moment. I watched my daughter grow up in this house. It'll forever hold a place in my heart, but it stings a little bit to leave it behind. I'm ready. We're going. Seatbelts fastened, lads. The moving van begins to pull away and I get into the car. I get the car into position to follow it. I watch our house, our old house, disappear in the rear view mirror. So what? So sell me on our cool new pad. I clear my throat and do my best cheesy announcer voice. Nestled in beautiful scenic downtown Maple Bay, our new house features multiple places to sleep. Not only are there bedrooms for your sleeping pleasure, but couches and floor space where you can, yes, catch a wink. Aaron, thank you very much for your Prime. You're very kind. What a deal. I mean, if sleep weren't for the weak. You sleep more than anyone I know. I admit my faults, Pops. I keep it real. Anyway, it's also smaller than our last house. Cozier, one might argue. Good spin. I think it's great. Won't we be closer to a lot of cool stuff that we can walk to so I don't have to waste gas? And I mean, trying to park downtown is, you know... Amanda, you know you're going to have to learn to parallel park at some point, right? Not going to happen, Pops. I think someone needs to do a 3-point turn on their attitude. Hands up if you cannot parallel park. I can't parallel park, but I also can't drive, so I get a free pass. Okay? I get a free pass. Vampirad, thank you very much for 10 months of your Prime. You're very kind. I don't know how to do that either. Have you met the neighbours yet? Not yet, but the neighbourhood seems pretty quiet. So you won't have to chase any rowdy teens off your lawn. You are the... You are the very teen you mock when you say that, honey.
Oh.
I'm in my last year of high school. I'm practically dust. Yeah, you're a real... Don't you dare. Senior. Dad, I know where this is going. Citizen. I'm just gonna ignore that. But I won't forget it. So what's item number 1 on the new house agenda? Well, first we'll need to forge a path through the solid wall of boxes that's blocking the living room. I still have to install the washer and dryer. We need to go grocery shopping. Pops, cool your jets. You have to promise me that we're going to take a break and explore the neighborhood. Okay, you're right. We'll get some work done and we'll check the area out. Oh, this is cute! Look at the house! Also, yeah, Dave has jets. It's how he gets around. We pull up to the new house and step outside. The lawn is freshly mown and the for sale sign is still in the yard. Imagine being a homeowner. Imagine owning a house. Anyway. Hey, yeah! And with a swift kick from Amanda, the for sale sign is no more. Nice form, Sweet Pea. I got a problem with authority. Actually, let me give that a little more. I got a problem with authority. Daughter of Atlantis, thank you for 5 months. Not me. I'm so proud.
Oh.
Man, all that karate chopping tuckered me out. I could really go for a sandwich. An ice cream sandwich. Sweetie, it's 10 a.m. Did you even see all the dogs in the park nearby? You know it. Thanks for moving us to an area where the dog-to-person ratio is very high. I only want what's best for you.
Yeah.
I hope you're prepared for the frequency at which I interrupt conversations to yell DOG! To rocket way up. I do that. I mean, you do that a lot already. Hey, it's a dog!
Oh.
Wait, false alarm. It was just a funny shaped rock. If you want to see real dogs so bad, let's go to that park around the corner. Let's go. Amanda and I begin to stroll through the neighborhood. I can't believe how beautiful it is outside. Kids are playing in the street, the flowers are in bloom, and the faint smell of a nearby barbecue drifts through the air.
Dog.
Dog! Thank you for the bits, Nevrix. Thank you for kicking off Hype Train as well. That's your wild. This looks so cute. Look at this little bookshop, little coffee bookshop. Little bookshop that has coffee in it. This place is nice. Too nice. I don't trust it. Good eye, honey. You can never be too careful. See that baby in that stroller over there? Government operative. These are all things Dave would say. We're on to you, baby. We walk for a while and eventually end up at a small park. Toddlers chase each other through the playground and dogs of all shapes and sizes romp through the grass. It's pretty crowded, but Amanda spots a nice empty bench. We start to make our way over to it when... Heads up! Ow. A frisbee suddenly hits me in the face. Woo. A corgi with a neat plaid handkerchief tied around its neck bounds up to me, wagging its tail. Dog. 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 I just sipped my water, but dog. Very important detail. Incredibly important detail. Maybe one of the most important of all time. Did you throw this thing at my head? He runs around the circle and nudges my leg with his nose. Oh god, this is the cutest dog. Impart upon me your wisdom, tiny dog. How did you know? My god, this dog knows more than he lets on. You definitely could have caught that. A guy in a Hawaiian shirt jogs over to us and takes the frisbee from me. Oh, that's why we can't wear a Hawaiian shirt, because he's wearing the Hawaiian shirt. You know, frisbees are traditionally caught with your hands, not your face. We've met our first dad. We've met our very, very first dad. I'll catch it. Whoa! I'll catch it with my teeth next time. You caught me off guard on this round. You caught me off guard on this round. Not again. Not ever again. I'm just messing with you. I'm Brian, by the way. I'm Dave, and this is my daughter, Amanda. Hi, Ramesh, thank you for the bits. I look over at Amanda only to find her sitting on the ground, rubbing the dog's tummy. Hi. Your dog's cool. Old Maxwell sure loves the attention. It's great to see another father and daughter out here on such a sunny day. Where's yours? Brian gestures over to a grassy knoll where a young girl sits on a checkered blanket. She's reading a book bigger than her head. She puts it down and heads over to us. This is Daisy. She's reading the brother... Oh, they kind of match! They're both wearing green. They both got the... Oh, that's very cute. Very, very cute. Her teacher tells me she's reading the comprehension skills of a high schooler. How old is she? 10. She's a precocious little youngster. Whoa. My natural dad instinct kicks in. I must brag. I must brag about my child's accomplishments. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm covering her face. There's not really anywhere I can sit where I'm not in the way, unfortunately. I can just sit here for a minute. Oh no. It's happening. I hate having to move back and forth so much. I don't know how long I'll be able to do this. We might have just picked somewhere and stay there. It's happening. Hold on a second. Go on, Daisy. Tell him about yourself. That's my girl. Amanda, get in there. Okay, okay. Dave's HP, 80. Brian's HP, 80. Oh god, item. Grade card. Band-Aid spelling bee photo. Fumbling through your phone's browser, you managed to pull up a photo of Amanda winning her 10th grade spelling bee. Wow, congratulations, Amanda. Daisy's getting prepped for her annual spelling bee right now. Hopefully this will be her 3rd win in a row. Oh! We lose 5 HP. Daisy just started a weekly chess club at her elementary school computer lab. She's the president too, of course. Dang, my high school doesn't have a chess club or a computer lab. You lose 10 HP! We're not doing great, lads. Brag. Amanda here just recently won a local photography award. Wow, congratulations. He loses 10 HP. Hope we don't kill him. Daisy actually just won a statewide poetry contest. This is really not going great for us. Okay, what is this? We can't flee. We can't flee. What's the hitter? The hitter. The hitter. Oh, daughter! Can't switch daughters. Amanda is your only daughter. Yeah, fair enough. Brag. Last week, unprompted, Amanda helped an old woman with her grocery bags. It's extra powerful. Brian loses 20 HP. Daisy sold enough candy bars this year to get the top prize, a canoe. We're taking it out next weekend. How is that even possible? Amanda could barely get one of those sticky hand things. It's extra powerful. Use 20 HP. Oh god. Oh god. We need to brag again. Amanda's in all honors classes this semester. Brian loses 10 HP. Oh, really? I'm actually talking to Daisy's teachers about having her skip a grade. Even Amanda kind of bristles at that when you lose 20 HP, lads. We're not getting out of this. Band-aid. With a flourish, you produce a band-aid from your pocket, take a knee, and start to apply it to Amanda's arm. What are you doing, Dad? Being a protective parent. Anyone would agree it's an unusual gesture. You lose 10 HP. Dang, he's really got us beat. Boy, it's been such a treat getting to meet you two. Oh, did you have to add insult to injury by being such a gracious winner? So I take it you guys are new to the neighborhood. We just moved in. Do you live around here? Huh. Yeah, we live in the cul-de-sac down next to the coffee shop. What a coincidence. That's where we live too. Small world. Yeah, Daisy and I are in the little ranch-style house on the corner. I know that house. It's just like ours, but slightly bigger and better landscaped. Does this guy have to outdo me at everything? What a lovely place. Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time. Really nice meeting you guys. You'll have to stop by at some point. Yeah, definitely. Bye. I need to go back over here because I'm blocking I'm blocking the top of Dave's head. Unless I could just continue blocking the top of Dave's head. I could do that. Brian and Daisy walk further into the park with Maxwell happily trotting along in tow. Do you get the feeling he was trying to one-up us? Trying and succeeding. I can't believe that kid's only 10. What was I even doing at her age? I believe you had a bit of a thing for horses. Shame that didn't pan out. Could have majored in comparative horse studies. It's not too late to minor in horse creative writing. Too close to the truth, Dad. Let us never speak of the fantastic adventures of Sir Horsington the Brave, an epic in 7 parts by Amanda Destroyer. We laugh off the horse epic and walk around the park a bit more, enjoying the day. Let's go to the coffee shop. I gotta get my hands on a nice hot cup of the old bean juice or I'm gonna be useless all day. I hate the phrase bean juice so much. I think we passed a coffee shop on the way here. Maybe we could check that out. Let's do it. We walk down the street to the Coffee Spoon, a cute little place on the corner. Hey. Man, this is such convenient walking distance from our place. I mean, I guess. What's wrong? Why would I go somewhere else and drink coffee on a couch when I could just drink better coffee at home on my own couch and not have to make awkward eye contact with other people? Dave is so real for that. At least when I'm home, some random guy isn't gonna come up and sit on the recliner next to me and I won't feel like a little weird about it because technically he's not sitting at my table, but he is very much within my personal zone. Dave is so real for this. Dad. And what's the etiquette when you have a dirty mug? Is there a bin? Do you go set it up on the counter because you don't know where else to put it? Or do you leave it there and feel your face flush hot with shame as you consider the possibility that there is in fact a bin somewhere just out of sight and now you're the jerk who left their mug? For shame.
Dad.
sad? Are you just afraid to meet new people? Yes, Amanda! We walk inside. The inside of the coffee shop is incredibly warm and inviting. Vinyl records line the walls and patrons lounge around on a well-worn-in couches. Some cool tunes spin on a record player next to a little stage. Welcome to the Coffee Spoon, guys. How's it going? Dad alert. Dad alert. Second one. Second father. I think. He's in the splash art, so I'm assuming it is. What's with the name?
Hey.
Oh, it's kind of dumb.
Hey.
It gets mentioned in this poem I like, and I thought it was a good idea at the time, and I suppose now it's still a good idea because like the business is still running. But people ask me the question all the time, and I give them the same answer every time, and now I'm standing here rambling, and I'm sure we're all getting more and more uncomfortable the more I keep talking, but man, we're in it now and I can't stop.
Hey.
A match made in heaven. So what'll it be? Oh. I scan the chalkboard menu and I'm immediately overwhelmed. I'll have brick. 2 bricks. Iced Tegan and Sarah. Chai Antwoord. I'm not entirely sure I know who Tegan and Sarah are. I mean, I know that they exist.
Hey.
Good choice. I don't get it. Oh, it's a pun. Tegan and Sarah, this really awesome Canadian indie band. Oh, indie band. Yes, that's why. I remember them now. They were nominated for a Grammy in 2013 and are known for being masters of not only pop hits, but meaningful lyricism.
Oh.
I'm doing the thing again.
Hey.
But coming right up. And for you? I'll have a macchiato de Marco, please.
Hey.
Coming right up. Do you want that in small, medium, or Biggie Smalls? Medium. Wait, is Biggie Smalls big or small? I should change that, shouldn't I? Matt sets to making her drinks and Amanda and I take a seat on one of the couches. What's his deal? Let the man make his puns. They're cooler bands than you listen to anyway. Oh, whoa. Hey. Hey. Ska was cool once. Ska is still cool. Harmish, we'll see you soon. Ska is still cool. Ska is cool. I was going to find my small instrument of music variety and I can't find it, so I can't even prove that ska is cool now. This couch is actually pretty comfy. Maybe not comfier than our couch, but it's alright. Good lumbar support. You sink right into it. I need lumbar support. That's what I'm missing here. My back is sore. Oh, lumbar support. Okay. Okay, it's comfier than our couch. Amanda nudges me. This place is right next to our house, and that guy seems not only cool, but also just as uncomfortable with talking to other people as you are. You should totally become friends with him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Come on, what do we say about meeting new people? I can't meet new people if I always stay inside, and also don't go outside, and also don't talk to people. See, we're making progress. Matt sets our drinks down at the table, and I have a sip. The iced Teagle and Vera is delicious. Hi, we're new in the neighborhood. I'm Amanda, and this is my dad, Dave.
Hey.
Oh, right on. Pleased to meet you both.
Oh.
You ought to come by when my daughter's hanging around the shop. You two might get along. Yeah, I'm sure we'll maybe come in from time to time. Amanda kicks my leg from under the table. I'm sure we'll be in here a lot. Zargan says, I had a friend in high school called Steven, but we used to call him Matt because he'd get so drunk he'd only be able to lie there on the floor and we'd all have to step over him. Matt.
Yeah, sounds great.
You know what? Let me get you guys' opinion on something. Matt goes into the back and comes out with a fresh plate of something that smells amazing.
Hey.
I'm working on a new banana bread recipe and I need help coming up with a name for it. Well, I think we're going to have to taste test it first so we can get the full flavor profile of, you know, and really appreciate the flavor sensations of... Amanda nods vigorously. She knows this game. She knows. Yeah, we need to give the Nana bread a taste if you want us doing free creative labor. I think that would be commensurate with I've taught her well. We trained for this day. I was just going to give you guys free banana bread anyway. Right, yes, that. Matt serves us each a piece. Amanda and I happily chow down.
Yes.
This is amazing.
Oh.
Thanks. The secret ingredient is bananas. So any ideas? I'm stumped. Well, I think I might only be able to give you dad band puns, but I'll give it a shot. Oh my god. Well, not right said banana bread. That's right out. Grateful banana dead. Banana bread Kennedys. I don't know what the first one's supposed to be. I know this is supposed to be the Grateful Dead, but I'm going for it. Like the Jamrock band fronted by Jerry Garcia.
What?
That actually has a nice ring to it. Really?
Hey.
Yeah, Grateful Banana Bread. Strong decisions. That's art, baby. That's art, baby. Apparently he didn't like it, though, according to chat. Maybe he's just being nice to us.
Hey.
I wanted to say baby because I thought it would sound cool, but once I said it, I realized that it just doesn't sound good coming out of my mouth, and maybe I should leave saying baby to the professionals.
Oh. Hey.
Enjoy your coffee. Thanks, baby.
Oh.
See, it sounds good when you say it. Thanks, baby. Across the way, maybe I should say all of Dave's lines like that. Hey, baby. Across the way, a man catches my eye. Oh my god, there's literally nowhere I can put myself where I'm not in the way constantly. Across the way, a man catches my eye. He sits by himself, brooding over a cup of coffee. Our eyes meet. Just for a moment. Just for a moment. I hastily look away, hoping he didn't catch me staring. Who is that? We finish up our drinks and head out.
Hey.
Thanks for stopping in. Take care. Okay, now that we're full of caffeine, where to? I should go back to unpacking or I need a nap. There. I've got a lot on my plate right now. Do you know that moving is one of the biggest sources of stress for adults? Is it right behind the constant fear that you smell bad and everyone's too polite to tell you? Probably. Do I smell bad? Amanda gives me a whiff. You're fine, Pops. Let's go home. Ah. I get to work unpacking the various boxes around the living room. A couple hours pass and I get some good work done. The washer-dryer unit is both washing and drying, and we can actually walk through the living room without tripping over boxes. First visitor already? I walk over to the door and open it. Hello!
Oh.
Oh, it's he's like Ken. A handsome, clean-cut man stands at my door, brandishing a plate of cookies. Hello?
Hey.
Oh, where are my manners? My name is Joseph. I'm your next-door neighbor. Oh, yes, hi, I'm Dave. That's what my name is. I saw the moving van and thought I'd bring over some cookies. My daughter Christy wanted me to let you know that she baked them herself. Baked them herself. Joseph leans in and whispers.
Oh.
But between you and me, she just sprinkled in the chocolate chips. We both share a laugh. Kids, right? Ah!
Oh.
Wow, cookies, huh? So nice to meet you. Joseph hands her the plate of cookies with a smile. Well, thanks for the cookies.
Oh.
Amanda disappears with the cookies. Amanda, come back. Ah, and she's gone. That's my daughter. Her name's Amanda. She's a charmer. Daughters are tough. Sons are also tough. Children in general are just tough. I hear that. I mean, there'd have to be something wrong with you to try raise more than 2. I have... I have 4 kids. What have you done? What have you done? Oh, I meant... Don't worry, you didn't mean to be rude. Oh no, this is the first neighbor I've met. My social life is already a tailspin. I wonder if it's too late to move again. Yeah, okay.
Hey.
Is the missus around? Mr. Actually, and, no. Not anymore. He died. Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. 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 I'm sorry for your loss. No, it's alright. Wow, this is uncomfortable. We stand there quietly for a moment, acutely aware of how awkward we both made things. I'm sorry, can you close the door real quick? I look at Joseph quizzically but comply. After a second, I hear a knock on the door. Opening it, I see Joseph standing there with a huge smile. Hey, I'm your new neighbor, Joseph. I promise not to talk about your dead spouse this time. I'm throwing a barbecue for the cul-de-sac, and I'd love for you to come by and meet the rest of the neighbors in our community. What do you say, pal? That sounds great. My daughter Amanda and I would love to stop by. Also, 4 kids is a perfectly normal amount of children to have. We shake hands to seal the deal.
Right.
Well, neighbor, I'll see you at 3 p.m. sharp on Saturday. Sure thing, neighbor. Joseph starts walking away, but stops to think for a second and turns around. Hey, in all seriousness, raising a kid on your own can't be easy. If you ever need to talk about stuff, I'm the youth minister. Of course he's a youth minister. Look at the way he's wearing this around his neck. I'm the youth minister of the church down the street. Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't really consider myself a youth.
Wink.
You look pretty young to me, but suit yourself. Church Ken. And with that, Joseph's gone. He seemed nice. Amanda walks back into the living room, crumbs in her face and cookies in her hand. That was the smoothest recover I've ever seen. I should be taking notes. See, you're already fitting in great. Where'd those cookies go? They're gone. I'm sorry.
Yes.
If it makes you feel any better, they weren't very good. So you ate all of them anyway. I guess that makes it break time. Any ideas? Joseph probably wants his plate back. I think we get a ton of good neighbor points if we bring this back. We're gonna be the best neighbors in this whole cul-de-sac. We're gonna kick all the other neighbors' butts. With kindness. Amanda and I step outside. Oh. Shoot, I'm actually not sure which house this is. I'd hazard to guess it's the big one with all the well-groomed blonde children sitting in the yard. Good eye, kid. And remember, we need to make a positive first impression here. Keep it light. We walk up to the kids and wave. I am in the way again. I am blocking an entire child. But you know what? I'm going to continue blocking this entire child for comedic effect. Hey guys, is your dad around? They all just stare at us blankly. Oh, that's terrifying. These are real, like, horror film children. Like, I can pretend to be this one child, which would be the worst. Shark is... You know what? Shark is this one child. This is what the child looks like, for reference. This is Shark now. One of his children is a shark. We just wanted to return this nice plate. And thank you for the cookies. Jeez, these definitely are Joseph's kids. They all look exactly like him.
Hey.
They were really good. Did a youth pastor really call his child Christian? I know it's a name. I know it's just a name, but it's a bit on the nose. You know, it's a bit... The girl was Christy. The boy is Christian. I mean, I heard they were good. I didn't get to eat any. And Chris. I'm gonna lose my mind. Chris, Christy, and Christian. Is his wife called Bible? I chuckle nervously. Well, okay, we're just gonna set this place down on the ground real gentle and then back away slowly. Right, Dad? Right, that's what we're going to do. The kids' eyes bore into us as we scurry away. I can feel their gaze on my back even as we approach our house. I need something to get my mind off those carbon copy kids. I need to rest my eyes. You've been awake for what, 3 hours? And that's 3 hours too many. As we're walking home, I hear heavy footsteps come up behind us. Wait, weren't we just next door? Anyway. Dave, bro!
Hey!
I turn around and I'm greeted by a familiar face jogging up to us. Why does he look kind of like a Valorant agent? Anyone else getting that? Like, he looks, other than maybe the having the child, he looks like a Valorant agent. He's got the head in him. There's something about the shape of his face. The little, like, the eyebrow, the physique, the pose. You know. Ma'am, you can't just say that. Well, I just did. I just did. I turned around and greeted by a familiar face jogging up to us. Craig? Bro. Bro.
Oh.
Holy. Wow, I haven't seen Craig in forever. It's been too long, dude. Yeah, wow, you look great.
Hey!
Hi, yeah, I cleaned up my act. Bro. Cleaned up his act? Are you kidding me? He's ripped! Amanda, this is my friend Craig. We went to college together. We were roommates for a while, too. Amanda, dude, you probably don't remember me, but you're so big now. Hello, and hello, cute baby. Oh, thank you. The last time I saw you, I think you were about her size. This is River. Say hi, River. He picks up her tiny wrist and waves it around. River gurgles happily. Are you babysitting?
Oh.
Nah, dude. River's my kid. Man, it has been a long time. Feels like 1 minute we're rolling up to exams with bad hangovers and the next we're both fathers. Where you been, man? And they were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. I was working out in California and just relocated the business back to Maple Bay. No kidding. Amanda and I just moved to this side of town. How's Smashly? How's Smashly doing?
I don't know.
I mean, Ashley. Ashley is her name. Smashly.
I don't know.
She actually still goes by Smashly. And, we got divorced last year. Oops. Oops. Oh. Dude, I'm so sorry. It's old news. We take turns we take turns taking care of River and the twins. It's all Cuppa. It's all whatever that is. Twins. You have twins. You have 3 kids. Ain't life something, bro, right? Kegstan Craig is a father of 3. Kegstan Craig?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, it was my old college nickname. He got it because he did a lot of keg stands. It's that thing where you do a handstand on a keg and then drink from the keg. Right. He was very good at it. Oh, bro, I hate to be that guy, but I'm in the middle of my daily jog and I really gotta keep up my heart rate. Brought River along for, you know, resistance training. You jog daily? I jog yearly. On January 1st, when I promised myself that I'm gonna jog daily for the rest of the year, but give up after 30 minutes and just walk home.
Oh.
Well, it's never too late to get back into it, dude. You should join me sometime. I don't know. Bro, come on, it'd be fun. We could grab breakfast afterwards, catch up. We could do bro brunch like the good old days. Alright, sure, sounds great. Who's going for bro brunch? Great, let's get that going soon. I better get moving. Good to see you guys. Craig gives a little wave, puts his earbuds back in and jogs off. I can't believe Craig is ripped and has kids. I'm reeling. Why's that? The Craig I knew is not fit to be responsible for any living thing, including and especially himself. One time I watched him drink an entire jar of marinara sauce for dinner. Oh! The damage of the digestive tract is irreversible. Amanda, he opened up a new jar of marinara sauce and then he drank it like it was a thing that normal people do. It was unholy. And then I asked him what the hell he was doing and he said, I quote, "It's basically a smoothie, bro." It's basically a smoothie, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, he's not wrong. He jogs. He was jogging. He's like a totally different person. Anyway, we better get home. I'll have plenty of time to reflect on how old I feel later. Oh yeah, we still haven't had our nap. Amanda and I flop down on the couch. Amanda has to shove some empty boxes out of the way before she can sit. Too bad we're going to be putting my stuff right back in these boxes in a few months. No, don't say that. Oh, Dad, it's going to be okay. I'll be fine. I know. It's just, you're my little girl. It's going to be weird not having you around. I'll come visit, and I'll text you every day. And I'll take lots of pictures. I mean, obviously, I'm a photography major. You promise? Of course. Are you gonna be okay by your lonesome? Oh, come on, I'll be fine. I'll get a dog or something.
Yeah.
A dog? Forget art school, I'll stay for the dog. Is that what it's gonna take? Medium-sized dog, handkerchief around the neck, I get to name it. That's what it'll cost for me to give up on my dreams. I'm a woman of simple wants and needs. Well, a dog's a lot cheaper than college. Amanda laughs. Suddenly, a pile of envelopes slides through the mail slot. Speaking of college, Amanda darts over to the envelopes and shuffles through them. She pulls one out and throws the rest back on the floor. This is from McGowan College of Art and Design. Open it! I'm scared. It's just an envelope. Yeah, it's just like my entire future. Not a big deal. She takes a deep breath and rips the letter open with her teeth. We have a letter opener, but okay. I hold my breath while Amanda's eyes dart back and forth, scanning the letter. What does it say? The admissions committee has reviewed your application, blah blah blah. Oh no. Her face drops. Regret to inform you that we were unable to offer you admission to McGowan College of Art and Design. Scam. Amanda throws the letter on the coffee table. Oh, sweetie. It's okay, I kind of saw it coming. I knew I shouldn't have put that experimental stuff in my portfolio. Their admissions officer told me they just want to see portraits or whatever. I pull Amanda in for a big hug. You're an amazing photographer. I know how much work you put into your portfolio. Some other school is going to want to snatch you up for sure.
Huh?
Yeah, I know. It's fine. Are you actually fine, or are you saying that? I'm fine, really. Her face says the opposite, but I probably shouldn't push her on this. Oh, and before I forget, Emma R and Emma P are sleeping over tonight. So... you need me out of the way because I'm painfully uncool. I would choose more delicate phrasing, but yes. Well, I'll have you know that I conveniently already have plans for tonight, so you'll have the new place to yourself. Yeah, what are your plans? Quick, think of plans. Quick, what are we doing? I'm secretly the mayor of this town. Gotta attend the union meeting. I'm going let's go clubbing. I'm gonna put on a nice outfit and go tear it up on the dance floor. All the hottest dance moves. The lawnmower, the sprinkler, the running man. You know, the ones all the kids these days are doing. Alright, but I'm not gonna come pick you up if you pull anything this time. Not again. Alright, what did we do last time in the club? Apart from set fire to it. I'm just kidding. I'm actually going to go to bed. I'm wiped. Have fun with the Emmas. We'll try to keep it down. I know you're not going to, but I appreciate you saying that. And don't forget that you have the meeting with my English teacher tomorrow. Oh, right. Mr. Vega. Yep. Totally remembered. I'll be there. Awesome. Night, Pops. Sorry, I hit that a bit too fast. Imagine going into the club and doing a Fortnite dance. You'd need a lot of space around you, surely. Surely. I wake up to a text from an unknown number. Rise and shine, early bird. Still want to work out? This is Craig, BTW. Smiley face. Smiley face. Holy crap, it's 6 AM. Who does 6 AM anymore? Without realizing it, I drift back to sleep. Oh, must have winked back out. I checked my phone again. Hey, bud, still want to get your swole on? I'm ready to tear up the track. Hit me up. God, the last thing I want to do right now is work out, but it is Craig. I do want to catch up. Nearly almost dead. Don't worry about it. How are you doing? Come in, come in, come in. Go on, let's go with him. Hey, my man. I need a few minutes to wake up, but let's meet in 20. After a few seconds, another text comes in. Sure thing. Meet me at the gym. Let's go to the Gym. I stretch and my bones creak. I gotta stop falling asleep on the couch. I throw off my blanket and... Hey, wait, I don't remember falling asleep with a blanket. Amanda must have tucked me in after I fell asleep. Bless that child. I reluctantly brush my teeth, throw on the only clothes I own that are even kind of gym appropriate, and head out. Ah. The neighborhood's quiet and serene this early in the morning, except for the music playing in the background. Birds chirp and the grass is still wet with dew. Surprisingly, the gym is pretty crowded. I spot Craig standing out front, stretching. Of course. He spots me and waves enthusiastically.
Oh.
This is a weird gym. Hey, bro, good morning. Hey, good to see you, man. I'm definitely not as pumped to see us. Maybe I should have had some coffee before I left. You ready to kick some butt? Help! Oh, oops, I did not mean to press whatever I pressed. Help! This is it. This is how I die.
Oh.
It'll be alright, dude. We'll ease you into it. I'm pretty sure he didn't like me saying that, but it's the truth.
Hey.
We head into the gym and I'm immediately intimidated. All of these people look like they could break me in half, and it seems like Craig is friends with all of them?
Oh.
He high-fives and finger guns all the cool jocks in the room. They look like they could and would steal my lunch money to spend it on protein shakes. Come on, bud. Let's warm up. We head over to the treadmills and start walking. Okay, I can walk. Walking is good. This is a decent place to be. Walking. So, I know we're on treadmills. Yes. And those over there are ellipticals.
Oh.
Very good. What is all this other stuff?
Hey.
They might look a little scary, but I guarantee that all of them serve a specific purpose for building muscle mass. Muscle mass. Cassia, thank you very much for 21 months. And you too. How are you doing? Come in, come in, come in. I hope you're keeping well. I watched the dude, the muscle T, flexes a muscle I didn't know existed on a machine I think was once used to process grain into flour. What is that? Why is that guy doing that to himself? That's a good question, bro. What do you think he's doing? Training to crush people's skulls with his thighs, using a medieval torture device, praying to some sort of pain god. Training to crush people's skulls. He's trying to make his thighs so strong that he could crush people's skulls with them.
Hey.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason I work out. What was that an aubergine? Was that an aubergine? That was an aubergine. Error and Trial, thank you very, very much for the raid. How'd you get on with your 100 baby challenge in The Sims 4? How are you keeping? Aubergine. Or eggplant for the rest of you. Aubergine. I saw that. I happened to park it. I didn't notice it at all. I didn't see that at all. I'm failing miserably. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Can we get a little wave of welcome for everyone coming in? How are you keeping? Aubergine and sweat emojis. Oh, no. Craig's turning up the speed. I better do the same. How long have you been doing the buff thing? Couple years. And what do you do when you're not dadding or working or buffing? Oh, I coach my twin softball team. That still counts as both dadding and buffing. I keep busy. What do you do for fun? I love learning. I try to live my life as close to a Jimmy Buffett song as possible, or I check out my hot bod. I spend most of my time in front of the mirror, admiring my Adonis-like figure that I've worked so hard to sculpt. Oh, he liked that. By that I mean lay horizontal and watch bad television. We're jogging now. Oh god, we're jogging now. I look over to Craig, who hasn't even broken a sweat. How is he doing this so effortlessly? I'm dying. I can feel my life force draining through every orifice of my body. Wait, why did I reached for the vine boom. Why did I get the prices wrong? How did that even happen? Oh, now I have to... Lads, I think there might be something up with my stream deck. I'll deal with that later. That's later's problem. Yeah, I played both at the same time. Anyway. Grinning Hazard, how are you doing? Hey, remember when my fish died in college? Ugh. No! I don't like this story. Ugh. Oh my god, you're really bumping up the speed again. I guess I better do it too. Oh, this is fast. This is very fast.
Oh.
And we were at that party and you vowed to make me feel better. You tell me to create a distraction. So of course I do a sick keg stand and get everyone cheering. And then I try to steal a fish from a fish tank at the party with my bare hands like an idiot.
Hey.
And then you drop the fish and it's flopping around. You panic, so you run up to me post keg stand with a dying, dirty fish in your hands that you've scooped off the ground, and you're yelling at me that we have to leave. This is a very believable college story, to be fair.
Bro.
So we're running out of a frat party with a fish and trying to give it mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And then we get him home and get him into a bowl of water, but the prognosis was grim. And the next day he's, alive and well.
Bro.
They never did catch the great fish thieves of Grand Ridge U. And they never... well... I shoot off the end of the treadmill and crash into the wall. Jesus, that hurts. I have to tell you a story. That happened to me once. In a gym, I once got flung off the end of a treadmill and crashed into a wall. That's a real thing that happened to me. It was for like a PE class and we went to some gym. No, I didn't steal a fish. I did not steal a fish. But we were doing like, you know when you do a circuit and there's loads of different machines and stuff set up. So we're doing like 30 seconds on every machine as you go around. And the guy who'd been on the machine before me, on the treadmill before me, had cranked it up like some stupid speed where it was only supposed to be like a very, very slow, like light jog. And he had cranked it up really, really high. And I got ready, because I'd been on it before, I got ready to jump on it for the light jog. And I did like 2 steps, and I just like cartoonishly went... Whew. And because it's a gym, I was kind of like a classroom with a big mirror, I got yoked across the floor and I skidded. Dude, bro, are you okay? Craig offers me a hand and looks me over for injuries. I'm... fantastic. I managed to stand up and rub my back. Doesn't hurt now, but I'm sure it will later.
Oh.
You don't have to push yourself like that. Always know your limits. Well, I think I might call our gym adventure here. You sure? Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, well, here, I brought you this. Craig hands me a shaker bottle full of a thick green liquid. I stare at it with what must be apparent distaste. It's a protein shake, bro. Oh, thank you. He wants me to drink it. Oh boy, here it goes. I've never had a protein shake, and I'm not really, I don't know if I've ever, it's not on my to-do list. We're having the bro juice. I take a small sip. It's actually delicious. Wow, this is really good.
Hey.
And good for you. It's my special recipe. I'm pretty proud of it.
Bro.
Let me know if you ever want to work out again, bro. Maybe we can try running around the neighborhood if treadmills aren't your speed. No pun intended, bro. What I really want to be able to do is give this guy a South Dublin accent, but I can't do one for long enough reliably. Good one. Well, I'm gonna go put some ice on this everything. I'll see you around. We'll see him around. I leave the gym feeling ashamed. Craig used to order delivery from pizza place across the street from our dorm, and now he can run circles around me, literally. Man, I really gotta work on this dad bod. Aww. Scottish Kitty says one of my friends in school tripped on a treadmill, did a sick roll before being unceremoniously flung across the floor. It happens. It happens. Also, traveling in a box, I don't know. I don't think we've met everyone yet, so. I get home and lie down on the couch. It hurts to move. God, I'm so old. Why is the gym music still going? Oh no, I must have fallen asleep. What time is it? Shoot, it's 3:55. I'm supposed to get Amanda to school in 5 minutes. I frantically put on some clean clothes, apply a generous amount of deodorant, and run out the door. Oh no, we're gonna be smelly. We're gonna be smelly at the parent-teacher meeting. Ugh. I arrive at Amanda's school and check in at the front desk. They give me a bright orange visitor sticker and send me on my way for school. Oh, it's an American school. Okay, fair enough. I'm barely awake and feeling pretty haggard, but hopefully no one will notice. I check my watch and I'm relieved to see I'm only 2 minutes late. Wait, was it room 103 or 108? I spot a youth standing in his locker and approach him for help. Excuse me, do you know where Mr. Vega's classroom is? The youth turns around and looks me up and down with heavily lined eyes. Ugh. Come on, kid, I'm late for a meeting. Mr. Who? Mr. Vega. I don't know. Have you tried the exit? Okay, wise guy, are you gonna help me or not? Ugh, fine. Up those stairs and to the left. Can't miss him. That seems like a lot of character design for someone that we see for 2 seconds. I head up the stairs and walk around, unable to find Mr. Vega's class anywhere. After a couple of minutes of searching, I head back downstairs. That punk youth sent me on a wild goose chase. I get back to where that low-rent Jared Way is standing, fully ready to give him a piece of my mind, when suddenly a head pops out of the classroom next to his locker. Lucian, don't you have a third period to get to? Oh, fine, Mr. Vega.
Oh.
Mr. Vega! Wow! Now I'm officially 10 minutes late. I glare at him as he walks away. We're not cool. You must be Dave. This period's almost over. Would you mind waiting in the back?
Oh.
We're waiting in the back. Mr. Vega leads me in and I take a seat in one of the comically small students' desks in the back. I might get stuck in this.
Oh.
Alright. Where were we? Now, who can tell me about the unreliability of the narrator in J.D. Salinger's Catcher in the Rye? Yes, Colin. Colin stands up and does the thing where he blows into the crook of his elbow to make a fart noise.
Oh.
The whole class erupts in laughter. I would recreate that, but I have sleeves. Alright, everybody. Very funny, Colin. Please sit down. Now, Holden Caulfield is an unreliable narrator in the sense that the bell for the end of the period rings. All the students immediately get up and make a break for the door.
Huh?
Remember to do the reading and answer the response questions on page 194 in your textbook. Nobody's listening. Or not, I guess. I need to ask this because I can never tell if this is just a TV, film, game thing. Is it true that in classrooms in the States you have American flags hanging? Because, like, in school we probably did have Irish flags around, but they weren't, like, in every classroom or anything. Like, there might be one somewhere for some mad reason, but, like, you have to pledge allegiance. I've heard about the pledge allegiance thing, which is very strange, but... Anyway, Mr. Vega turns to me and sighs. Middle schoolers, right? Don't you teach high schoolers? Both, you know, budget cuts. Right. Thanks so much for coming in. No problem, Mr. Vega. Please, call me Hugo. Hugo Vega. What an incredible name. Hugo Vega is one of the best names I've ever heard. I don't normally do these impromptu parent-teacher meetings, but as I'm sure you know, Amanda's a very bright student and I'm concerned about her recent behavior. What's going on? Amanda's never been the most engaged student, but I know she cares. Recently, though, she's been falling behind. She's not completing assignments and has been doing rather poorly on tests. I normally chalk this up to senioritis, but this is strange. I thought Amanda always shared everything with me. It hadn't even crossed my mind that something might be wrong.
I don't know.
I just want to ask, is everything okay at home? Oh, we just moved. Well, we just moved recently, but it was only to the other side of town, and Amanda was more excited about it than I was. See if you can talk to her about it. I know she values you a great deal, and would appreciate your guidance if she keeps heading down this road. I know how important art school is to her, and I'd hate to see her miss out on scholarship money that she clearly deserves. I'll make sure to talk to Amanda. Thanks for letting me know, Hugo.
Oh.
This could have been a phone call, but at least we got to meet him. Anytime. On my way out, I stop, thinking for a moment. I turn to Hugo. Hey, Hugo?
Oh.
Yes? Hey, Hugo? They ever catch that, Rye? They ever catch it?
Ah.
Mmm. Yes. I don't know what that interaction was, but there you go. I leave the classroom, make my way out of the school. I'm still a little bit in shock that Amanda was able to hide this so well from me. She's always been such a force for positivity in my life, especially after we lost her father. Amanda must be done with classes for the day by now. I'm sure she'd appreciate a ride home. Maybe I can talk to her about what's going on. I pull up to the carpool and Amanda hops in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
So, did you have fun gossiping about me? Mr. Vega and I actually just gossiped about our celebrity crushes. So you talked about Mario Batali the whole time. Who's Mario Batali? Is this a real person that I should know? Because there are lots of real people that I do not know. TV chef. Who's Mario Batali? Let me look him up. Mario Batali. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I regret googling Mario Batali. Because I went to his Wikipedia page and it goes early life career, philanthropy and social activism, cooking philosophy, sexual misconduct allegations. And this game, to be fair, did come out in like 2017 or something, so 2018? I don't remember. Anyway, it was a very productive meeting. Oh. I'm pretty hungry. Can we grab some dinner? Sure thing. We have dinner at home. No, let's go to the mall food court so we meet people. Does that sound good to you? Yeah, sure. Why the mall? Jeez, can't a dad take his daughter to the mall? Will you buy me things? I will buy you a thing. Singular. Sounds like a deal to me. Huh. We drive in silence for a short time. Amanda plays a game on her phone. I should say something. You know, sometimes when a kid gets older, they find that they have to keep things hidden from their parents. And that's okay, because sometimes that's what kids do. And that's okay, but also sometimes it's good to have the parents' perspective, because, you know, maybe the parents also have dealt with similar situations. And maybe they're a little cooler than you give them credit for. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that it's good to share. Love you. Have you been reading my tweets? You have a Twitter? What? Never mind. Look, sweetie, Mr. Vega said you haven't been participating in class and that you're not turning things in. Oh, I'm fine, Pops. Senioritis and all that. I thought you liked Mr. Vega's class. It's fine. He's fine. We pull up to a stoplight and I Amanda. She's still texting. Just, I want you to know that you can talk to me about anything.
Aww.
Uh-huh. I can tell that whatever it is, she doesn't want me knowing about it. That's frustrating. I think she has a boyfriend. And I think it's that guy that we met in the hallway. Or there's something going on there. I don't actually know what's going on. I'm just taking the characters we've met already and making them fit a story. I heard Emma Orr's going to that fancy art school in California. That's exciting. Yep. Are you bummed that you guys aren't going to the same school? Yep. Amanda keeps texting. She stifles a laugh. What's so funny? I don't think you get it. Okay. Who are you texting? Noah. Who's Noah? Ooh. My friend. Does he go to your school? Yep. Do you like Noah?
Huh?
What? No. Dad. Ugh. I can't believe you would. Ugh, Dad. I mean, jeez, Noah! Why would you... Ugh, gross. Oh, wow, this went from, oh, not really, haha, it's my friend, to gross, disgusting. So they're going to be married, obviously. Sorry, just asking. Dad, he's just my friend. Guys and girls can be friends, he's my friend. Okay. Jeez, this is going well. Well, good talk. Love you, kiddo. She leans forward and turns up the radio. I guess that conversation is over. To the mall, then. Also, damn it, Chantalo, I see you in there. You keep. We arrive at the mall, a big indoor shopping centre with a couple different floors. It's kind of dead, but that doesn't stop a mall security guard from yelling at a group of loitering teens. Let's eat something disgusting for dinner. Hell yeah. Language, Missy. I hate that the word hell is a swear word in America, or like a medium swear word. It's not a swear word. Hell is not a bad word. Hell yeah is not a bad word. That's like if a 5-year-old said hell, you were like, oh, I'm telling your mom. Like, I've never understood that. I've never understood that at all. Maybe it's just that kids come out of the womb swearing here. I don't know. Heck yeah. Better. Huh? We approach the food court and evaluate our options. There's greasy restaurant after greasy restaurant. Oh, Zargan, you can't just say that to me. Happy 9-year anniversary to the day of the Dashcon ball pit incident. Yeah, it's funny because I put up the I put up a short of the Dashcon ball pit incident thing from Jackbox last week just today, and I did not know that was today. I remember watching the whole thing go down. Like, I remember following it along via Tumblr posts. 9 years. Anyway, we approach the food court and evaluate our options. Can we get a little 07 for that ball pit and any hopes and dreams that may have lived there? There's greasy restaurant after greasy restaurant. My heart burns just looking at the menus. Nobody looks happy to be here. What are you in the mood for? Bread dipped in sugar? Bread with cheese on it? Or do you want me to just inject some fat directly into your bloodstream? I extend my hand to her. Would you do me the honor of sharing some nachos? She takes my hand with a grin. It would make me the happiest, cheesiest girl alive. We order a giant pile of chips and unnaturally orange cheese from a very unenthusiastic and possibly stoned teenager. We take a seat at a rickety table and dig in. Oh, these are bad. These are very bad. But also strangely delicious. We have to eat through the pain. We enjoy the fluorescent cheesy goodness together until we're all out of nachos. So, something's been bothering me for a while. Can you explain... Can you explain memes to me? Which meme? All memes. Ugh. Amanda sighs deeply and places her head in her hands. Dad, it's complicated. See, memes are inside jokes shared by a bunch of people. They get less funny the more people do it. So the problem is that by the time a meme gets to you, Dad, all us youths have already done the joke to death. That is it. And what's worse than that is when movies and TV and video games will try to jump in on a meme train, but just based on how long it takes to make them, the meme will be long dead by the time it comes out, so it just dates it and isn't funny. You know what it reminds me? It reminds me of, you know the ad, I don't know what it was for some fast food joint in the States. I was like, eat spicy goodness like a boss. Anyway. Oh shit, what up? Dad, please. Anyway, changing the subject. Where to now? Wanna go to that goth store? What? You know, the one that's all black and tries to establish itself as anti-establishment despite being an exact representation of the establishment. I don't know what store you're talking about. You know, the one where you can buy chain wallets and it's basically an assault on what people fought so hard against in the punk and hardcore movements of the 70s and 80s. Dude, you gotta be more specific. The one you threw up in that one time. Oh, that one! Tobies, hello! Can we get a shout out for Zoe? Thank you for 10 months. All I'm gonna say is, you know, you have friends you can talk to if you're feeling off. We care about you. You didn't have to do this, and yet, I am doing this. We all know that for me, the bisexual flag is pink, purple, and a little strip of blue. And the blue contains Megdara, your man but only as Geralt of Rivia, and Supergiant characters. So it is, I realize it seems like a cry for help me playing this game.
Yeah.
Ah, hot flaming skull flames. Amanda runs into the store with me trailing behind her. She makes a beeline for the back.
Yes.
There it is. You can still see the outline, kinda. I'm so proud. Speech, Amanda. Speech, 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 speech. All right, I'll do it if you stop chanting. Amanda stops immediately. I clear my throat. Thank you all for joining us here today to commemorate an historic moment that would forever shape history. On a day very much like today, some 5 years ago, our very own Amanda Ann Destroyer had too much blue raspberry slushy on an outing to the mall. After begging her father to take her to Dead, Goth and Beyond to buy rainbow suspenders, she proceeded to throw up all over a display of My Chemical Romance merchandise. Her loving father then had to pay for said merchandise, which to this day remains among our possessions. Thank you. Oh. Amanda's moved. She begins clapping. Slow at first, then faster, more vigorously. Several other patrons turn their heads. One of them also starts clapping. I bow my head.
Alright.
Oh hey, train wallets. Train wallets. While Amanda busies herself looking at band t-shirts, I try to find something of interest to myself. Not much for a dad to look at in Dead, Goth and Beyond. Well, not with that attitude. Let's peruse the band t-shirts. Or we could look at ironic mugs. Check the clearance bin for hot deals. This looks like a maid dress the Bodyline used to sell. Now, I don't mean that necessarily in a bad way. I mean that as I mean that in a matter-of-fact sort of way. In fact, if you give me a moment, I can find that exact dress. I'm gonna find this dress. I know it exists. I know I didn't imagine it. No, not shopping. Why did Google put shopping where images are supposed to be? Give me like 3 seconds. I'm going to find this dress. Found it. No, didn't find it. But I know it exists. In fact, I think a Western indie brand made a dress that was almost exactly like that. And I'm going to struggle to find it now, unfortunately. Because I can't remember the name of the brand that made it. In the Starlight! Hang on, give me a second. Hang on, I'm sorry, I'm on a mission now. In the Starlight. The 3 people in chat who know what I'm talking about are activated right now. Okay, this is essentially it. You just need the little belt around the middle and you're golden. It's different color, belt around the middle, little ruffle, you're done. Not available anymore. I don't think In the Starlight have made anything since about 2009, so... I'm pretty sure Google do randomize the order of those tabs just to mess with us. Just to mess with us. I will find that actual dress. I know it exists. Anyway, are we going to peruse the band t-shirts, look at ironic mugs, or check the clearance bin for hot deals? I've never seen a Hot Topic either. I don't think they're outside of the US. Or if they are, they're just not here. Let's look at band t-shirts. I barely know any of these bands. Cannibal Bone Party doesn't seem like music I enjoy, but they must be really happy that a retail outlet's carrying their merchandise. I hope their parents are really proud of them. Look, this is very important to me. How's that blue line? I'm fine. Twirl's hair. Hey! I overhear a stifled argument over the cash register. An older gentleman is carrying a garment and showing it to a bored-looking cashier with pink hair. I can see that. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I just work here.
What?
Oh, what? Listen, when I bought this online, the website said this blouse was Victorian inspired. However, when I received it, it clearly held the trademark of Edwardian dressage. Okay, you know what? You know what? This guy's got a point. This happens all the time. Not to me personally, but you know. Do you want a coupon? I can give you a coupon. Will you leave if I give you a coupon? Is there a manager present? People have to know what they're buying. I am the manager. I see. Well, then it would seem that I've outstayed my welcome. Good day, shopkeep. Your superiors will receive a strongly worded letter by post. Whatever, dude. Come back! The man whirls around and storms out, his literal coattails trailing behind him. I can't tell if they're Victorian-inspired or Edwardian in nature. Amanda trots up to me with a t-shirt in her hand. Oh boy, here it comes. Hey, Dadtron 5000! Yes, I'll buy it for you. Wow, that was easy. At least it's only one this time. Amanda plops the shirt onto the counter and grins at the cashier. I love your hair. The cashier says nothing and rings Amanda up, radiating hatred. I hand her a 20. So what was that guy's deal? The cashier rolls her eyes so hard I'm worried she'll pull something. That's Damien. Of course his name is Damien. Of course it is. He's in here all the time. He's obsessed with Victorian fashion or whatever. She hands Amanda her bag and it's clear the conversation is over. We make our way out of the store and head home to get some rest. To be fair, if you have any interest in Victorian and Edwardian type fashion, Hot Topic is probably one of the worst places you could go. Because they will, and any stores like that tend to be the worst, because they will just they'll sell you anything with any label on it. They'll be like, yeah, sure, this thing I found is, yeah, that's Victorian goth, whatever. I definitely don't have experience with this. 5 thrown stones! How could you say something so true?
I can fix him, I swear.
Alright, hands up if you could fix him. Amanda and I sit on the couch trying to find something to watch over bowls of ice cream. Oh, cool. Long Haul Paranormal Ice Road Ghost Truckers is on. Your favorite, right? I don't want him fixed. I don't think any of you actually really want him fixed. Zargan, you are dating a vampire. It's true. Oh, hell yeah. They have to make it over the Canadian tundra before the ice road melts, but they're also hunting ghosts. Also, the drunks are... The trucks are haunted. This is an episode I've already seen, but it's one of the best. Callum and Flint Dogbone, the twin brother truck driving and ghost hunting duo, find themselves in the greatest peril yet. Oh no, the ghosts done got control of the truck. I can't steer on near the damn ice roads. Let me use this EVP meter to try and communicate with the spirits. Flint, we're about to die! I almost got it. If you listen carefully, it sounds like they're saying you're gonna die. That's because we're about to die, you! This is art. The episode ends and Amanda excused herself to go and start arguments on the internet. The writing in this is fantastic. Do you ever excuse yourself to go start arguments on the internet? To go cause problems on purpose? I stay up a little longer, curious about the exploits of Callum and Flint Dogbone after their disastrous ice road incident. Afterwards, I crawl into bed and get a good night's sleep. Minimize eating fried foods. I missed the end of it. I have to do that anyway, so it's fine. Morning, sleepyhead. 5 more minutes. You have never, ever let me have 5 more minutes, so get up. Fine. We have cereal for breakfast and spend the morning putting together furniture. Amanda's much better interpreting the tiny manuals. We're able to put together a few shelves and one desk, but I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be a bookcase. So, you excited for the cookout today? Oh yeah. Excited to beef up my grilling skills. I'll see this as a learning opportunity. If I can snake some hot grill tips, I think we can consider it a success. Oh yeah, I should probably save. Okay, now we're saved. Don't you want to meet some of the people in the neighborhood? I'll probably end up standing uncomfortably in the corner with a plate of food and hope that nobody talks to me. Dad, you're a beautiful work in progress. We'll get that butterfly to emerge from the cocoon. The social butterfly. Murasaki, it's going well. How are you doing? Are you well? Well, we better start getting ready. We definitely don't want to be late. What? No, we have to be fashionably late. Who showed up to a cookout on time? You know what? We're going early, just because you said that. I head out the door and Amanda reluctantly follows. We walk across the street to Joseph's house with a store-bought veggie plate. I'm a terrible cook if it doesn't involve a grill. I guess we're not as early as we thought we were. Joseph's backyard is already packed with people and the smell of hot dogs wafts through the air. Small children run through a sprinkler and adults chat in small clusters. Oh my god, we're gonna meet like hundreds of people. I set our veggie plate down on the table next to the 2 other veggie plates. Huh. Hey, there's Joseph. I waved to get his attention. The moment he sees us, he jogs over, arms open wide.
Oh.
Welcome. I'm so glad you two are here. This guy I'm a little bit afraid of this guy. Probably because he named his children Chris, Chrissy, and Christian. And he's a youth pastor. And you brought veggies. Let me introduce you to my family. Kids, come on over here. This is Chris, my eldest. Hi.
Oh.
This is Christian and Christy. They're twins. What? They stare creepily and say nothing. Okay, but you know what? Wouldn't it be very funny if they turned out to be serial killers? By funny, I mean not really that funny at all, but they stare creepily and say nothing. Because we're actually in a reenactment of The Shining and we weren't told ahead of time. Then, of course, there's our youngest Krish. Wait, where is Krish? Maybe Mary put him in his crib.
Oh.
And how could I forget my lovely wife, Mary? Joseph and Mary. But Mary is like a goth mom. I need to find a meme to show you to explain something.
Mary with the bisexual panic cake wawooga.
Hi, Mary. Joseph pecks her on the cheek. She smiles. Ah, Mary, sweetheart, did you put Krish to bed? Krish. Or her, Krish. I'll have to go look for him. What? You'll have to... Joseph takes a moment and regains his composure. Mary, this is our new neighbor, Dave, and his daughter, Amanda. I'd shake your hand, but I have a glass of wine that I need to tend to. I love her. Nice to meet you, Mary. Charmed. Well, I have to go over there now. My wife has a wonderful sense of humor, but please, you two enjoy the barbecue. All the guys are really excited to meet you. How are they... They're serial killers. Here, let me introduce you around. This is Robert. He lives just across the way. A haggard man nursing a glass of whiskey eyes me up and down. Oh, I think this is the guy we saw in the cafe. He's got the head in him. I know this is absolutely going to activate several people in chat. Scrunkily. Hey. Hey, I'm Dave. It's nice to meet you. He takes a long swig of his drink. Hello, sailor. Charmed.
Hey.
Dave and his daughter just moved in next door. Cool. If you ever need recommendations where to get a drink in this town, Rob's your man. I told you not to call me Rob.
Oh, Cracker Barrels.
Oh, Cracker Barrels. Right, got it. Robert ambles away without saying goodbye.
Yeah.
He's not really a people person. Wow, I think I've actually met everyone else.
Oh.
Great. I bet you're excited to get to know everyone better. Hope you both enjoy yourselves. Barbie husband and Oppenheimer wife. That's exactly what we have going on, Jerry Flynn. And that is immortalized now. Amanda and I mill about and try some of the food spread out on the table. I pick at some deviled eggs. Amanda grabs a small paper plate and immediately begins piling it with baked goods, as she should. Oh, I don't want to have to make friends. Come on, Dad. Who are you going to party with when I go off to school? I don't want to have to do pleasantries. Dad. Oh, they're going to talk about weather. Go, do it. Make a friend. But how could I possibly abandon my only child at a social function? That's bad parenting. This plate of cookies is my new dad. Bye. Amanda shoves me into a corner of the yard. Well, here goes nothing. I look around the party and I'm surprised to see some familiar faces. Isn't that the barista from the Coffee Spoon? Oh yeah, it is. What a cool guy. And mysterious. Didn't that guy throw a frisbee at my head? Isn't that the guy? That's the fella, the lad. Isn't that the guy who was throwing a fit in Dead Goth and Beyond? Isn't that Amanda's teacher? Hey, I know Craig. But wait a second. All these people live in our cul-de-sac? That can't be right. I'd better investigate. I want to see how Joseph and Damien interact if they're next to each other. I spot Joseph chatting with the guy from Dead Gotham Beyond by the grill. I wonder what they're talking about. I walk over to them. So I'm curious. Can you walk me through why you had your house painted black? Oh, where do I even start? The house stays warmer in the winter. It provides an artistic contrast to the rest of the neighborhood, and it complements the crimson interior perfectly. It's definitely an interesting choice.
Oh.
Thank you. I'm very proud of my abode. Dave, I was just having a conversation with Damien here about his aesthetic design decisions. Damien regards me up and down with a warm but critical eye. How do you do? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. I think I saw you in Dead Gotham Beyond the other day. Damien's face turns, oh no, bright red. I must apologize for my behavior on that day. You see, I take goth lifestyle very seriously, and to be caught in a ruse by such a corporation as Dead Gotham Beyond was profoundly frustrating indeed. I hope you know that while my anger may have been justified, it was no such way for a gentleman to act. Now, he's kind of sweet, you know? He's self-aware, at least. It's okay, man. Do tell me about yourself. Are you new to the area? Yes, my daughter and I just moved in the other day. She was the one I took to Dead Gotham Beyond. Very good taste on her part. Does she partake in the goth lifestyle? I think for a second. I look over to Amanda, who's hanging out with some of the older kids in the neighborhood. What was that noise? Hey, Amanda! Would you consider yourself goth? Amanda yells back, I wouldn't necessarily try to fall under any one specific label, but I guess if I had to choose, I would more describe myself as twee hipster with some normcore leanings. Bats are cool, though. Ah, pity. Enjoying the party so far? Oh, definitely. Thanks so much for putting this on. It's nice to be in a cul-de-sac where everyone's so friendly and welcoming.
Hey?
Amanda walks up to the conversation, and I am blocking her entirely. I also like The Lost Boys a lot. Really good movie. Does that count as goth? That it would, my dear. I don't believe we'd had the pleasure of meeting. Damien Bloodmarch. At your service. Bloodmarch. Damien finishes the sentence with a flourish and a bow, producing a single rose and offering it to Amanda.
Oh.
Amanda hug and kiss. Amanda blushes and returns the gesture with a curtsy. My, do you know how to treat a lady? Oh god, everyone's behind me. Hello, Amanda. These kids are terrifying. Like, Bloodmarch and Destroyer as surnames. Imagine they get married, and then they both do the double barrel surname thing of Bloodmarch Destroyer. Dave and Damien Bloodmarch Destroyer. Or Destroyer Bloodmarch. Hello, Amanda. Seemingly out of nowhere, Joseph's twin kids appear. Are they speaking in unison?
Huh?
Hey! Won't you come play with us? Come play with us forever. Guys, enough of the creepy twins shtick. We talked about this.
Ah.
Christian and Christy slowly back away. Where do you think they got that from? Mary pops into the conversation, wine in hand. I don't know. Mary takes a long sip of the wine. I think I might have taped over a few VeggieTales VHS with The Shining! Who knows? She takes another sip of her wine. Where's Krish?
Come on.
Oh, come on, wasn't he with you?
Oh.
You had him a moment ago. He's probably stuffing dirt in his mouth. He'll be alright. Toddler's pretty resilient. Mary tips her glass to me. Ain't my first time to the rodeo. It's my fourth.
Ugh.
I've squeezed 4 little... Sweetheart, would you do me a favor and please find Krish? That would be great.
Oh my.
I'm sure he's fine.
Oh.
Mary. Okay, jeez. Mary finishes her wine and wanders off. Dad, can we go? Oh, there's the connection. Dad, can we go now? Huh. Lucian, have I introduced you to Dave yet? Hey, it's that punk from Amanda's school. I remember you. Whatever. Okay, listen. Just give me a second. No, actually, I changed my mind. I'm not saying that. That's no way for a young man to speak to his elders. Be polite. I'm going to behave well. I'm going to be well behaved. Lucian bows. Whatever, sir. Lucian bows again. Mr. Oh my god, his surname is Christensen. Joseph Christensen. Mary Christensen. Christian Christensen. Christy and Chris Christensen. Krish Christensen. May I have a burger, sir? Coming right up, bud. Are you vegetarian? Yup. Make that 2 veggie burgers. Do you know that some people in the Victorian era are vegetarians? They described carnivorous type people as bloodlappers. Dad.
Yeah.
That's really interesting, Damien. Joseph turns to the grill. Just a hint of tattoo peeks from underneath his sleeve. I can't believe I didn't notice it before. It looks like the bottom of an anchor. Whoa, is that tattoo?
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yep. Wasn't always a youth pastor, you know. That's so cool. Want to see mine? Oh my god, these voices are so loud sometimes. Oh! What? Lucian pulls back some rubber bracelets, revealing a lopsided 666 in black ink. My buddy gave me a stick and poke tattoo last week. I think it's healing pretty good. Lucian. We'll talk about this later.
Oh.
That's pretty cool. What's the significance of the tattoo? Says the youth pastor to the kid with the 666 tattoo. I don't know. I just thought it looked sick. Well, in my opinion, the only reason you need to get tattooed is because you want one. Careful, though. That number carries weight. Man. Joseph's a way cooler youth pastor than I thought. I just figured youth pastors popped out of the womb in a Bible. With a Bible! I wonder what he did before preaching. We can't talk to him anymore. Now who are we supposed to talk to? We could talk to the burger. Maybe we should talk. Maybe it's a good time to talk to the burger. I don't want to skip all, though. Let's talk to everybody. Go on. I glance across the yard and notice Robert and Brian chatting over drinks. Man, I don't think I want to deal with being one-upped by Brian right now, but I guess I could live with learning more about Robert. Oh no, they caught me staring. Oh no, Brian's waving me over. Shoot. I flash him a smile and walk over to him. Hey, I'm gonna have to move. Hey, guys. Dave, how the heck are you? Settling into the neighborhood all right? Oh, you betcha. Got the living room in order, at least. That's great to hear. I've been doing some living room work as well. Finally got the 50-inch in there. The game looks great in high def. Oh, boy. Dave, have you met Robert yet? Yeah, we've met. Robert regards me over his whiskey. Good seeing you again. We were just talking about my most recent camping trip. Spent a night out in the woods with Daisy and Maxwell. She's definitely an outdoorsy one. Even caught her first fish. Aww. Aww. It's good to see you taking your daughter out like that. I bet she loved it. And it's great that she loves the outdoors. Mine loves being inside. Brian raises eyebrows at me. Being inside making art. She won a local competition for that art. Yep. Did I put it on too strongly? Robert stares at me blankly for a second. Anyway,
Really?
I haven't gone camping in years. Not since the last time. Same here. Well, things change once you have Wait, what happened the last time?
Hey.
Robert takes a long sip of his whiskey. Well, old Johnny Boy and me were out in the backcountry. Johnny Boy's a strong kid. Met him in my army days. Comes from Kansas. They build him tougher out there. Anyway, things go south pretty quick. Johnny Boy breaks his ankle when the rope bridge snaps. You could see the bone popping out through the skin. Johnny Boy's screaming now, crying for his mama, losing blood. We're 2 days out from the next living soul, and here I am with my dear friend bleeding out in front of me. I'm able to dress the wound, but now I got a fireman carry a 6-foot, 180-pound man over some of the toughest terrain I've ever been in. I won't lie to you, there were moments during those 2 days when I thought about leaving old Johnny Boy, but you build a bond with your brothers in arms, and that bond never breaks. I got that boy back to civilization, but I lost some of me out there. I guess that's camping for you. Jeez, kids, could you lighten up a little back there? Brian and I stare in disbelief. Robert takes another long sip of whiskey.
Hey.
Oh my god, I'm just kidding. My friend John and I went inner tubing down a river and he lost a flip-flop. Missed that kid. This guy. I kind of like him. But this guy. Brian and I laugh nervously. Or am I kidding? Oh my god! Brian and I tense up again. I'm kidding. Whew. Amanda and Daisy barrel up to us, laughing. Daisy's holding a paper plate in front of her like a steering wheel. We gotta get off this haunted truck. Oh no, the ghost locked the doors. Quick, hit the emergency escape button. But trucks don't have emergency escape buttons. Then hit the brake, I guess, and we'll get out of the truck. The imaginary truck.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're safe from the ghosts, but how will we ever survive the Arctic tundra? Daisy, you might have to eat me. Are you prepared to do that? I'm prepared to do anything to survive. That's cold-blooded, I like that. Although I'm not sure I have the materials required to properly cook you. You know, that reminds me of the last time I went skiing. Robert! Wait a second. Are you guys playing Long Haul Ice Road Paranormal Ghost Truckers? Yeah. Amanda and I love that show. It's the best, especially the episode where Callum hides Flint's keys and Flint retaliates by breaking an ancient cursed urn and sending the spirit after him. Yeah, it's such high quality reality television. I don't watch a whole lot of television, but I do enjoy that show. That and war documentaries. Alright, Daisy, I found a couple of bugs. They're gonna make a great meal. Lots of protein. Gonna keep us from starving out here in this harsh, icy wasteland. But there's a whole table of food right over the... Daisy, it's a game. We're playing pretend. It's what kids do. Live a little. Amanda gives Daisy a handful of gummy worms from the snack table. They eat them with mock disgust. Let's go find kindling for a fire.
Hey.
Okay. But not an actual fire, because we're playing pretend. Now you're getting it. Daisy and Amanda run off. What a cute couple of kids. Ah. Man, I've never seen her get along with anyone so quickly. I guess Amanda just sort of has a way with kids. That's kind of amazing. Daisy doesn't really get along with kids her age. It's nice that he's not trying to one-up me this time. Maybe we can have a regular friendship after all. Aw, Fauntleroy, how'd you know I was sitting on my leg? Really? She just kind of keeps to herself. Oh no. She just kind of keeps to herself. Her teachers say she spends every recess in the library. I think other kids are intimidated by her intelligence. There it is. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Amanda was shy at Daisy's age too. She used to have a habit of crawling under tables and crying every time we took her to a restaurant. Oh! She bit people too. Oh, kids, right? Gotta love them. You're required to by law. I hear that. Well, since they're getting along so well, maybe we should try to put together a little play date for them. They do seem to get along very well, but the thought of continually hearing about all of Brian's accomplishments is rough. Yeah, that'd be nice. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Go meet some of the other fellas. The only people left to meet are Matt, Hugo, and Craig. And I realized I don't have my water bottle, so I'm going to get my water bottle and I will be back. But you have to behave yourselves. And you have to be normal about the dads, okay? Kind of. A little bit. Like, a kind of normal. Just a little bit normal. 1 minute. 1. Okay, I lied. Maybe 2 minutes. I'm gonna run that disable pre-rolls, but you won't miss anything. I just can't find my water bottle. I found my water bottle. Unfortunately, while we were filling my water bottle, I managed to spill water down the front of myself. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, I'm ready to go. Oh, we have a poll about where my water bottle is. What are the options? Under the desk, exactly where she left. It was exactly where I left it. It was on my makeup table. Which, to be fair, is not somewhere I would usually have it, which is why I didn't think to look. Alright. Are we ready to go? Are we having a yeehaw for trans rights in stream while I was gone? Can we get a yeehaw? Like, bring it up from the heels. Bring it right up from the middle of you. Right, you ready to go? Let's talk to Matt, Hugo, and Craig, and let's see where I have to put myself on the screen for this. Oh! I'm feeling observed. Matt and Hugo seem to be embroiled in an intense discussion. Craig looks on, smiling politely. I walk over to say hello. Well, I don't think it's fair to try to compare two art movements like that. Periods in art only exist because they're a unique byproduct of the social and political climate of a time and place. And to try to take something like, say, the Rococo period and compare it to a postmodernism in America, you're completely disregarding the context in which a work of art is created. Matt and Hugo seem to be so busy talking that they don't notice me. Craig leans in. Dude, I have no idea what's happening. What do we do? Do we listen in on the lads or do we talk to Craig? I like Craig. Seems like a good lad. Oh, best of luck with your driving test, Murasaki. Can we get some good luck from Murasaki? I really, really hope you pass. Best of luck. Let's talk to Craig. Or no, I can't actually. I want to listen and see what they say. That kind of comparison just eliminates the reason art movements are so important in the first place. You're not wrong, but I think there's no harm comparing one work of art to another. You could definitely say one painting is better than another if you're evaluating technical skill from a purely formalist standpoint. If I showed you a Matisse and then something by the Dutch masters, which one would you say shows more technical prowess?
Oh.
I'm so lost right now. I shoot a worried glance over to Craig, who returns it. Well, sure, you could say the Dutch masters were technically more skilled, but I would argue that while the Dutch masters were better painters, Matisse had better paintings overall. Art is dead! Well, that's pretty subjective.
Oh.
How do you mean? Well... That painting of the guy with the apple in front of his face is pretty nice. Matisse rocks.
Oh.
That's Magritte. Right. Art. Sorry. You're fine, dude. We were just discussing the importance of context when talking about artwork. Listen, all I asked was if you liked Van Gogh. Van Gogh. Van Gogh. Van Gogh. Repeat after me. Van Gogh. Van Gogh. I can't say it properly. Van Gogh. I can't speak Dutch, okay? Or Picasso, better. Van Gogh. Van Gogh. The Dutch thing that threw me off most, even more than Van Gogh, Van Hairball, is, you know, the Gouda cheese. Apparently, that's actually it's named after the place it's from, and apparently it's pronounced a little closer to. I don't have enough. I need to drink water, Han. It's pronounced like Gouda. But anyway, I can't. Gouda. Exactly, Planet Laura. Like, that's not the right way to say it, but everybody English speaking says that. So, oh, Nasia, congratulations on intermediate Pilates. I want to do Pilates or something like that. I think it would do me the world of good. Fair play to you. Gouda. Anyway, Hugo throws up his hands in frustration. Very important. But they represent two completely different art movements. How could I possibly choose between the thick, creamy impasto of post-impressionism and the abstractionist beauty of cubism? Man, that's all way above my head.
Huh?
Me too.
Oh.
That's all good, man. The cool thing about art is we all perceive differently. A single piece could have a totally different effect on each person that looks at it, and that's awesome.
Ah.
Just 1 minute about that. Hugo, please.
Ah.
Sorry. I get really fired up about art stuff. Dave, how are you liking the neighborhood? It's pretty nice. Everyone's been super friendly.
Oh.
Seems like your daughter's fitting in just fine. Matt points across the yard to where Amanda, Daisy, and another young girl are playing. They're all sitting cross-legged in the grass, picking weeds and weaving them into little flower crowns. It's pretty adorable. The girl I don't recognize jogs over to us. What is it, sweetheart? Oh, her outfit's so cute. It's a flower crown. I thought you'd look cute in it.
Hey.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Matt takes the flower crown and places it on top of his head.
Hey.
That's adorable. That is absolutely adorable. Am I cool now? The girl stares at him, thinking it over. Nope, but you're slightly less uncool than when you were before you know. You're slightly less uncool than you were before you put it on.
Hey, dude.
Ha, Dave. Show me Hinian. Ah, dis Margaret. Is Misha Carmencita? Tagad Amanda cooing le Daisy. Le Daisy lay? Ah, her fake! Tommy Dane of Corja! What did you have Corja? The cartus. Fake of Corja. Yeah, no, Amanda. Is Queen Lot on barista Fionora on Shupa Cafe? August Mashana. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I can't think. Mashana Cara o Uncláiste agus the Vuntor.
What?
Oh, dis mar good Tusel Vega. Níor viscut gur Chorsanwich?
Yes.
Yes! This is why I got a bottle of water. I haven't had to translate on the fly in a while. I should really practice doing that. You still gonna get me that overdue term paper? Thank you, SJ Parters, for the redeem. Getting my brain in shape. Great seeing you. Amanda finger guns her way out of the conversation like a champ. She learned the finger guns move from me. I'm very proud. She's definitely a charmer. Speaking of which, where did my son go?
What?
What? Hugo looks around the party. You must finally spot him because his eyes go wide.
Sweet Manchego.
He named his child Ernest Hemingway. Ernest Hemingway Vega. Ernest Hemingway Vega, are you smoking?
Ah.
Ernest is holding a lit cigarette. Nope. I see Ernest across the way. He casually takes a long drag of a cigarette and then flicks it into a gutter. Unbelievable. Excuse me. He's the kid of an English teacher. I don't know what you expect. Where there's an Ernest Hemingway, there's an Ernest Hemingway. Hugo marches over to Ernest and I turn my attention to Matt and Craig. Kids, right?
Hey.
Man, I do not envy Hugo. That last barbecue we had, Ernest tried to shove a sparkler down Joseph's pants. Nearly burned down half the yard. Pants as in trousers or pants as in jocks? And the barbecue we had before that, he actually burned down half the yard. And then it spread onto my lawn and burned down half of my yard too.
Nice.
Oh, he's only a young fella. Hugo walks back over to us, practically dragging Ernest behind him. Hey everybody, sorry about that. Dave, this is my son, Ernest. Hello. Ernest looks away, sulking, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. Hugo nudges him impatiently. Hey. Nice to meet you, Ernest. What grade are you in? Doesn't matter. Ernest. Okay, I'm in 8th grade. God, are you happy now? I'm sure you were dying to know. Yeah, good for you. Can I go now? I'm tired of talking to old dudes who blame my generation for the failing economy. Quinn Ashland, lovely to see you. How are you doing? It's been a hot minute. Hope you're keeping well. Hope you're still doing nice makeup. How are you keeping? Tired of talking to old dudes who blame my generation for the failing economy. Ouch. Ernest! Oh yeah, because I'm totally embarrassing you. Ernest puts his earbuds in and storms off to stand in the corner. Well, that was certainly something. He seems nice. Hugo puts his head in his hands and sighs. I'm so sorry. He's having a really rough time. As much as I want to be the cool dad, I have to be the authoritarian dad, and he clearly resents me for it.
Nice.
I mean, I think as a dad and a teacher, that's about as authoritarian as you can get. Alicia S., thank you so much for subscribing. That's very kind of you. I thank you very, very much. Honestly, are any of us cool dads? Is it even possible to be a cool dad? What? I'm as cool as Cucumber.
Oh.
See, that right there, you can't say that.
Oh.
My kids think I'm cool. But for how long, Craig? How long do we get to be the cool dads?
Oh.
I don't know.
Hey.
I think we just have to accept the fact that as dads, we've become the machine we once raged against and accept our fate to unironically wear socks with sandals. Your kids may think you're cool now, but the moment they hit puberty, you're doomed. Amanda's 18 and she still thinks I'm cool. I yell across the yards at my daughter, Amanda! I'm cool, right? Amanda just laughs. She keeps laughing. I see your point. As much as we all wanted, I don't think it's as important to be a cool dad as it is to be a good dad. We can't all be best friends with our kids. It just doesn't work. I mean, look at me and Ernest.
Ah.
Our job as parents is to make sure our kids turn out okay. Yeah, you're right. But it'd be nice to have it both ways. Hearing these guys talk about this makes me think of my relationship with Amanda. We get along so well, but there might come a time when it won't be like that. Is college when that happens?
Ah.
Don't let us eat up your time, Dave. Go meet some of the other people around the neighborhood. And without further ado, let's work some magic. Joseph closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and gets to work. With the greatest of ease, he sets patties on the grill, flourishing as he flips his spatula into the air. It's easily some of the best grill work I've ever seen. A natural. Oh, Quinn Ashland, thank you. It only occurred to me it's probably been since before I dyed it. It's been a while. I like my hair like this. I'm keeping it like this for as long as I can be bothered. As long as I can manage it. Craig is so cute, like just constantly minding the baby. Bless. Hugo, he did name him Ernest Hemingway. You were doomed from the naming ceremony. Like, that was it. You guys think this is my first time in front of a grill? He's working faster now, effortlessly tossing cheese onto patties and perfectly grilling onions on the side. One after another, the dads take notice and crowd around Joseph to admire his masterful technique. I've never barbecued anything. Mostly because I've never had a barbecue. I've never barbecued anything. I've suggested things to put onto a barbecue, but I've never barbecued anything. And I cannot wait to have space for a barbecue. You probably didn't know this, Dave, but Joseph's known around here for his grillmanship.
Oh.
He's ungrillevable. Ungrillevable. Ungrillevable.
Hey.
I've tried to get on his level, but I just can't catch up.
Hey.
Let us keep studying. He has a rare quality about him. Ruthwalk, thank you for the bits. Mustard, we keep talking about this. Can't we just appreciate the artist?
Hey.
I've never seen him make a mistake.
Oh.
Okay, we need to stop. This is getting too cheesy. Please stop! All the children at the party boo the glorious display of puns in unison. Alright guys, the food's ready. Please form an orderly barbecue. Amanda groans. We all grab our food and hang out enjoying perfectly cooked cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Man, it's so wild how all of us dads live in the same cul-de-sac.
Oh.
Kind of nice, isn't it? It feels like there's a real community here. It totally helps when you're just a single dad trying to raise a kid. We're happy to have you here, man. I think you're going to like this neighborhood a lot. Plus, Amanda seems to be getting along with all the kids. If she decides to get into the babysitting game, she'll really make a killing. Hey, why don't you add us all on Dad Book? Dad Book? Yeah, it's a great social network for dads to keep in touch with each other. We're all on it, so if you ever need to reach out to anyone, that's the simplest way to do it. Sorry, I'm just an old-fashioned dad. Social media goes over my head sometimes. Don't worry, Pops, I'll help you figure it out. The rest of the barbecue goes smoothly. We all trade stories and drink beers, our kids play on the lawn. Amanda breaks up a fight between Carmencita and those weird twins. I think they wanted her soul. Jedi, thank you for gifting a sub to Dad Book. Dad Book, thank you. Yeah, like Instagram, exactly. Amanda and I walk back to our place as the sun sets over the neighborhood. Pretty fun party, don't you think? I mean, I got a burger in me. Why is that so funny? I got a burger in me. I felt like I was at a networking event. I got a burger in me. Sweetie, if I can impart any sort of wisdom upon you right now, and not that this was a bad situation, but if you're ever in an uncomfortable situation, always look for the silver lining. The silver linings get you through to the other side. We ate rockin' burgers today, and it was good. Amen. Well, hey, at least you met some other cool dads. You should hit them up on Dad Book. Maybe I will, if I ever figure out how social media works. I have a good feeling about this place. Me too, Dad. Wow. Dave, yes, somebody called Dave. Our guy is called Dave, but not after you. Don't worry, we're not putting you on the spot. It's after Dave. We've named Dave after Dave. After this Dave. Can we get a wave of Dave? A Dave wave, if you will. Amanda and I arrive home with the remnants of our veggie plate. Seems like nobody was really into the cauliflower. Poor cauliflower. Any big plans for this evening? Actually, yeah, I'm going out with some friends. Oh. Is that okay? Of course. Just keep me posted and be home before midnight. You got it. And be careful. I will. Make good choices. Of course. And call me if you need anything. Dad, you're not going to do the thing where you wait silently for me to come home in the living room with all the lights off, are you? What? No, I've never done that and I will never do that. Okay. Do you have plans tonight? My plans were kind of to eat ice cream and watch TV with Amanda, but I'll find something to do. I'm gonna throw a party. A real rager. All the other dads in the neighborhood are invited. I'll see if I can get you a spot on the list, but honestly, it's looking tight. You may just have to wait in line. I know the guy at the door. I'll get in, no problem. I'm just relaxing tonight. Have fun, okay? Great. See you later. I watch Amanda drive off into the night. I really do hope she has fun. I plop down in front of the TV and turn on some Wine and Dine Mastermind with celebrity chef Gavin Chapman. Is this a real person and should I Google them? Okay, Gavin Chapman's not a real chef. Looks like Gavin's making a roasted rack of lamb with rosemary mashed potatoes. I'd love to be able to cook like that. Although, I think if I was actually good at cooking, I'd use my powers for evil. Like just making bread Alaskas. Baked Alaskas. Why say bread Alaskas? Baked Alaskas all day instead of any food of real nutritional substance. Man, Gavin Chapman just caught that thing on fire, but he meant to do it. What a professional. I'd eat a bread Alaska. Would you eat a bread Alaska? I lose track of time as I blaze through several episodes of Wine and Dine Mastermind, and also one episode of some cooking show called Meat Hell. I'm not even sure what that one was about. It was just a lot of yelling. I glance at my watch. Man, it's almost midnight. I should check in with Amanda. I send a text. Hey kiddo, you good? I wander into the kitchen as I wait for a reply. Amanda's phone's almost always in her hand, so I'm sure she'll respond soon. Unless she's driving home now, in which case I hope she doesn't respond because I definitely taught her better than to text and drive. I reach into the freezer and grab an ice cream sandwich. It's a little late for this, but I think I earned it after a long day of socializing. I check my watch again, and on my phone, nothing yet. Okay, see, now I'm worried. Do I call her? Do I call the cops? No, it's too soon for that. I'll just send her a gentle reminder text. What's up? Half an hour passes. Now I'm really worried. The episodes of Gavin Chapman's Meat Hell are not only assuaging my anxiety, but possibly exacerbating it with all the yelling, so I keep pacing around the house waiting for her to come back. Why didn't I find out where she was going, who she was even with? Why don't I know any of her friends' phone numbers? Why don't I even know any of her friends' full names? Who is Emma P? I decided to send her another text. Amanda, please text me and let me know you're okay. I can't help but think of all the awful things that could have happened to her. Oh, thank God it's her. Amanda opens the door and shuffles in. Finally she's back home. I'm glad she's okay. Sup? Sweetie, thank God you're safe. Yep. But now that I know she's okay, I'm really mad. Why didn't you answer my texts? Amanda pulls her phone out of her pocket. Oh, whoops. Guess I didn't see those. She starts to walk to her room. Amanda Ann! Whoa, we're pulling out the middle name now. Amanda, you came home an hour and a half after your curfew and you didn't respond to any of my texts. You really freaked me out. I was about to call the cops. Dad, you're seriously overreacting. You're not going to be like this when I go off to school, are you? I was scared. You weren't responding and it was just... Oh no. You weren't responding and it was just like when your dad... I have to stop myself from tearing up.
Amanda and destroy your grounded.
I don't think we can ground her at this point. Thank you for the bits.
Whoa!
Oh, Dad, I didn't mean to... I sit down on the couch and put my head in my hands. I feel very tired all of a sudden. You really scared me. Just, please don't do that again. Alright. I'm gonna go to bed now. Amanda closes the door to her room and I head to mine. Jeez. As I'm falling asleep, one thing she said keeps echoing in my mind. You're not gonna be like this when I go off to school. Are you? I definitely didn't sleep well last night. I brewed some strong coffee and make some scrambled eggs for Amanda as a peace offering. She eventually wanders into the kitchen. Hey! I thought about what you said last night. I should have texted you. I said I was going to do it and I didn't. I honestly just didn't even think about it. I'm really sorry, Pops. I won't do it again. Well, I trust you to make good choices. I also thought about it and I'll try to give you some space from here on out. I gotta trust that you can take care of yourself. Team Destroyer? Team Destroyer. Team Destroyer! Amanda gives me a hug. Want some eggs? You know it. Sprinkle some cheese on them. Already did. Bless you. Amanda scarfs down the eggs in the time it takes me to wash the pan. Alright, I'm off to school. Smell you later. Wait, one more thing before you go. What? What's Dad Book? It's a social media platform. Wait. What? What's a social media platform? Dad, I have to go to school. Come on, Amanda, I'm an old man. I can't put together a Dad Book profile on my own. Alright, I'll help you sound interesting on the internet. Amanda spends the next couple of minutes setting up my profile on Dad Book, which, as it turns out, is a place where dads can get together and talk about fatherhood. Aww. Alright, Pops, we gotta fill out your profile. Let's get you some likes and dislikes. Oh my god, we do a quiz. On a Friday night, you're most likely to... I'm gonna be honest, I kinda wanna lean this towards the vampire Victorian lad. Polish and sort my coin collection. Netflix and grill, baby. Fall asleep watching the History Channel. Torment my children with dad puns or sink into blissful oblivion. If you had one thing to take with you on a desert island, what would it be? My trusty grill. The Lost Shaker of Salt. Castaway on DVD for instructional purposes. A boat, obviously. Or I don't need anything. My survival skills have trained me for this day. Okay, so this sounds very Robert. I don't know who this is. I don't know. This is probably Joseph. I can't identify the other three. A boat, I guess. Boat. Let's go boat. What are your turn-ons? Strong dad arms. Bow, 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 bow. Tennis shoes with long white socks. A well-manicured lawn. Street smarts. Top-tier grillmanship. Ships of grilling. Or comfortable with crying. Are we comfortable with crying? We should be. What did you want to be when you grew up? Technical writer for manuals and instructionals, salty boat captain, pro skater who's also an astronaut, a good father, good father, or the president of space. I mean, the president of space is pretty good. President of space. What's your favorite movie genre? War documentaries, Sean Connery's entire filmography, anything on, Laserdisc, romantic comedies, whatever will make me cry, old comedies that haven't aged well. I want to cry. What's your ideal date? Napping together, doing a 1,000-piece puzzle together, eating a healthy dinner at 4 p.m, trying to geocache but getting hopelessly lost. Arson. Being emotionally vulnerable. Listen. I know we're gunning for Damien, but it would be illegal to not say arson. What do you never leave home without? A sensible cardigan, my sick vape, a book of word jumbles and a pen, a cool knife, my cripplingly low self-esteem. I frequently forget my phone, keys, and wallet at home sometimes. Ooh. A knife! I spent a lot of time thinking about Conspiracy theories, how proud I am of my child, potential ends of the world, if I'll ever be able to love myself as much as I love my grill. When I can next get a cup of coffee. Lawnmower modifications. Potential ends of the world. Profile complete. See, that wasn't so bad. Yeah, that was actually kind of fun. I could totally spend all day on here just looking at people's profiles.
Yes.
You should message one of them. Or more than one of them. All these dads seem pretty interesting. Okay, I promise I'll make some friends. We're gonna make some friends.
Huh.
Amanda gives me a hug.
Nah.
Go get him, Dad.
Welcome. You've got dads.
I've what? Hi Dave, it's me, your dear old friend from way back in the day, Dad Manda. I'm delighted to see you've signed up for Dadbook. They've recently added this exciting new messenger service, so you may find yourself receiving messages from other dads, like myself. Take care not to miss them. Okay, I'm gonna disappear and read this out. How do you do? I finally decided to join this information superhighway. I'm not entirely sure how this works, but I will try my best to understand. I love long strolls through the graveyards and spending time with my son. If you'd ever like to chat about the latest in Victorian fashion, the inevitability of our own demise, or black cats, please send me a letter. Please. Please. On a Friday night, you're most likely to listen to true crime podcasts while I taxidermy my newest specimens. If you had one thing to take with you onto a desert island, what would it be? A coffin. While your turn-ons pronouncing bosom correctly. What? Huh? That's so specific. What did you want to be when you grew up? A bat. What's your favorite movie genre? Foreign art house horror. What's your ideal date? It's night. We are at an industrial dark wave club in Berlin. The music drums to the beat of our hearts. I spent a lot of time thinking about mortality salience. Let's send him a message. Let's do it. Let's send him a message. Damien seems really interesting. A little odd, but interesting. I think I should hang out with him to get to know him a little better. I navigate to Damien's Dadbook page and type out a message. Hey dude, you seem cool. We should hang out sometime. Sometime. I sit there for a minute before I see that Damien's typing. Oh, Damien's typing. Oh, we should probably just go over the other side of the screen for this. But then he keeps typing and typing. Man, is this guy writing a novel? I leave the computer to make some coffee. And he's still typing. I sip my coffee and the computer finally dings. Dave, I must confess my excitement to be receiving your kind letter for, as you see, I do find myself available to enjoy your company. I must ask you for your forgiveness, however, as I believe our first meeting did not paint me in a gentlemanly manner as I would have liked. You know, I would be highly flattered to enjoy your companionship at my residence for an afternoon tea and a stroll around my garden should it please you. Till then, adieu. Yours humbled, D. Bloodmarch. Is it too late to change the age rating of this stream? It is. I stare at the screen and reread the letter several more times. Hey, Amanda!
Yeah?
Amanda pops out of her room. Her eyes are a little puffy, almost as if she'd been crying. Hey, are you alright?
I'm fine.
Yeah, totally. I'm cool.
Huh.
I just found out that the succulent I've been watering and singing to for the last 3 months was actually made out of plastic. No! I'll go back over here. Even the dirt was fake. Oh, honey. Surely you'd know after 3 months. You have to tell me it's actually wrong. Why are you lying to me? Oh wow, that's a bit... That's a bit aggressive, but I'm not. I'm perfectly fine. Alright. I don't believe her, but I'll let it go for now. Can you help me with something? Dad, for the last time, I'm not popping your back pimples. Ah! No, can you interpret this for me?
Huh.
I turned the computer to Amanda and she squints at Damien's message. I just don't understand NetSpeak. Like, is this how you kids communicate with each other now? Oh, totally. This is the hot new thing. See, Dad, kids got over saying lol and LMAO and whatever and decided they need to do what they needed to do was bring it back to the 1800s. So what do I do? Where's your pen and quill? What? Did you forget to unpack the pen and quill? Dad, how will we address the nobleman in regards to your upcoming debutante ball? Okay, now I know you're messing with me. Father, without a proper chaperone, you'll never end up with a suitor worthy of our land. Or our dowry. Or... So you read Pride and Prejudice for school one time, and now you're reciting things you know about it back to me, aren't you? Like, the first 5 pages, and now we're in a review of the movie. Still got a B, though. That's kind of the Leaving Cert English experience. Great, so what do I say to Damien? I got this. Amanda reaches over me and types on the keyboard. Oh no, she's the one typing now. Sure thing, dude. Regards. Dave. Amanda hits send and smiles at me. Well, I suppose that's that. Oh my god, we're going into his house. We're going into his house. We're going into his house. We're going into his house.
Hi chat, should I add cashews to the veggie stew I'm planning on
500
making?
of them!
I plan on having onions, carrots, kale, arugula, green peas, and tomatoes.
I don't even know what arugula is, but put those cashews in there. I love cashews. And thank you for the bits. I thank you very, very much. Hope you're keeping well. Best of luck with your stew. I make the short walk over to Damien's house. Well, I guess you can't really call it a house. It's more of a manor. Estate. The Gothic architecture looms above the other homes in the cul-de-sac. Oh, it's Rocket. Oh, Rocket's good. I walk past a couple of gargoyles guarding the front door and look around for a doorbell. There doesn't seem to be one. I pull the large, ornately carved bat's head door knocker back and a hollow sound echoes throughout the house as I strike it against the door. I wait several moments before the door slowly creaks open. It's a little creepy, but I enter the home and take a few steps into the foyer, noting the oil portraits of who I assume are dead relatives hanging on the wall. As I'm admiring them, the front door slams shut behind me. Hello? Silence. An oil lamp in the corner flickers dimly, casting ominous shadows against the wall. Why do I feel like all the people in these paintings are staring straight at me? Why is it so cold in here, despite there being a fire in the fireplace? Where's Damien? I do it for you. We do it for you. You know I do it for you. Dave, pleasure to have you in my home. Nordenheim, how are you doing? Listen, if you see a lot, what's a borzoi? Is that what they're called? You see a borzoi, that's the only thing in my brain. Oh, impeccable timing.
Daddy?
Thank you for the bit. Sorry, Rickrock, how are you doing? Apollyon Lurk, you're alright, not to worry. I look up and see Damien standing at the top of a majestic staircase with a walking candle holder. What's with the door slamming shut? Oh, sorry, there was a draft. And the door creaking open when I knocked? I accidentally left the door unlocked. And the creepy oil paintings? Wait, is that not just him there? That looks like him. I like oil paintings. Right. Right. Please, let me show you around. Oh, it is! Yeah, that's him and that's his kid. You're right. Oh, that's quite cute, actually. That's adorable. Okay. Damien leads me around his house, showcasing his parlor, sitting room, auxiliary sitting room, and the parlor again for some reason. Oh, yeah, me too, if I had a house like that, to be fair. Oh, wait, yeah, I wonder, does that mean, I wonder if that's his dog, then?
Oh.
This is one of the older homes on the block, yes, but nowhere near as old as the architecture might suggest.
Oh.
Through extensive renovations, I've been able to craft a residence that is both historically accurate to the Victorian period and equipped with the amenities of any modern dwelling. We walk past a door covered in bumper stickers, caution tape, and a black parade poster, yes! Did they listen to My Chemical Romance in the Victorian era? That's my son's room. You know how the rebellious teenage years are. Onward, onward, there's more to see. I want the dog to still be alive. We reach a door at the end of the hall that Damien opens with a flourish. And this is the library.
They're about to diagnose me with female hysteria with how often I'm fainting over this Victorian man.
Oh god, you're not wrong, Five Thrown Stones. You're not wrong. He has a fainting couch. Why did I say couch? I'm completely normal. I'm completely okay. A fainting couch. Wait, I'm so sorry. I promise this isn't... I can't laugh. It's sore. I've got myself into a bit of a pickle. I went to scratch my nose. Okay? Listen. I can't see you laughing at couch. I went to scratch my nose, like right here in the middle, and I accidentally pushed my nose ring up my nose, and that would, ow, that wouldn't be a problem, except, stop making me laugh at couch. This is really sore. My nose ring is pointy on the end. Give me a second, I literally have to pull this back down out of my nose. Why do I do this to myself? Ow. Got it. I got it. Ouch. Ouch. Stop giving me a fit of laughter in the middle of the dad dating game. No!
It is I, Count Dracula.
Oh my god, his nails are painted. You're right, I hadn't noticed. I feel like I should be over the other side again. Sunlight streams in, floor-to-ceiling arched windows. The walls are lined with packed bookshelves and even more books are scattered over the period-appropriate furniture. Damien is clearly really proud of this room. Let's pick up a book. Oh, we like that. You know, Dave, in the Victorian era, there was some controversy surrounding reading. Many people thought the more tawdry novels would encourage youths into a life of crime and would cause too much of a distraction from work and school. I pull out a book at random and examine the worn cover. Opening it, I turn to a random page and turn aloud.
Did you know nipple piercings were a Victorian trend?
Why does that not surprise? Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. I keep bringing us completely in the wrong place. Nothing surprises me with the Victorians. Literally nothing. Nothing surprises me. They were away. Naruto struggled against the chains that Sasuke had bound him with. Shirtless and out of breath, he looked up at Sasuke. Sasuke smirked, unbuttoning his ninja pants. Does Damien have hardcover bound fanfic? Man has printed out stuff from AO3 and bound it. Leather bound printed out fanfic. I mean, listen. Somebody did post earlier about him having an AO3 account. Also, a little 07 for everyone who completely lost their minds when that website went down recently. I haven't been into fanfic in probably about 10 years, but listen, the ripples of that were felt all over the internet. He knows that AO3 was going to go down. He knew. He could sense it.
What?
Okay, I think that's enough. Damien snaps the book shut and puts it back on the shelf. That means it's his! That means it's his! He wasn't like, oh, that's my... That was his! That's his! It's his Naruto Sasuke fanfiction! Ah! He is the person who read and possibly even wrote My Immortal. That's a rare book from my private collection. Rare book from private collection. Let's look out the window. I walk to the window and I'm greeted by a beautiful view of Damien's backyard. It showcases a beautiful view of the rest of the cul-de-sac. Hey, I can see Craig down on his lawn. He's doing push-ups with his daughters on his back.
Rare, one of a kind even.
I mean, does anyone here own bound... I'm going to rephrase that. Does anybody here own printed out and book into bound fanfiction? Enter Celeste and Nordheim on the exact same brain cell today. Damn. He sees me and waves happily, doing push-ups with one hand now. Damn! Did you know the Victorians spent at least 20 hours a week gazing longingly out of full-length windows? Wait, really? No, but Victorians did appreciate telling a good joke. Aw, he's being funny. Let's look at the butterfly collection. I walk up to the glass display of pinned bugs on the wall. It's pretty impressive. And he seems to have liked... I would have questioned about it. I'm sorry. I put my foot in my mouth and then I draw attention to the fact that I was about to put my foot in my mouth, which is a terrible idea. Oh my god! Sargon,
There's so
no!
many books in here, you can barely count them.
Please don't couch the books. I hate the word couch so much. Why have I done this? I walked up to the glass display of pinned bugs on the wall. It's pretty impressive. Nice bugs. I pinned them all myself. Maybe I could show you how sometime. I'm concerned I'd stick the pin right through my finger. Ah. The Pinner's Gambit. Is that a thing? No. Please, will you join me for tea? I'm gonna lose my mind.
You don't hate it, you can't stand it.
I can't stand it. I'm putting myself back over here. I follow Damien to a sitting room where finger foods have already been set out upon a beautiful tiered silver tray. I take a seat on one of the high back chairs as Damien pours and serves me some tea. I can't believe we're having a high tea. I never thought I'd get to do this. Damien smiles to himself. What? It's a common misconception that high tea refers to the wealth or class of the people enjoying it, when in fact the high refers both to the later time of the day that the working class had to enjoy tea and the height of the tables on which they're served. He's high-key courting Dave. God, I hope so at this stage. Oh. My dear friend, we're currently enjoying afternoon tea. He is correct. He is correct. That's informative. Damien takes a seat next to me and serves a tiny sandwich. Are there a lot of goths in Maple Bay? I'm gonna say his home's impressive. Maybe I like that. Whoa! Whoa!
If we keep this up, Cake is going to have to take a break and lie down on a couch.
Kyle, thank you for the bits. Aubergines. Aubergines. It seems you're really put a lot of work into this place. Thank you. No. Oh, no! No one's ever complimented my home before. Hell, I can barely get matching salt and pepper shakers in my place, and look what you've done. I'm kind of jealous. That's very generous of you to say. What got you so interested in goth stuff?
Oh.
Well, when I was a young boy, my father... Did he take you into the city? Sorry? Did you guys see a marching band? I'm afraid I don't understand. You're serious. Of course. But it's, you know, the song. Amanda made me listen to it. Seriously? I'd love to see a marching band. Nevertheless, I've always had a love for art, history, and fashion. What started off as a small hobby of collecting taxidermied animals grew into sort of an obsession. It's a privilege to be able to appreciate the lives and culture of those who came before us, I think. Why not go all the way? I like not dying when I catch a cold. He takes a sip of tea. I can acknowledge that there were very many terrible things about the Victorian era, and trying to live a life that strictly aligns with those ideals would be admittedly horrid. But I think it takes a critical mind to truly appreciate something to the fullest, to be cognizant of its flaws and love it all the same. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think I would find a line from a dad dating simulator that sums up how I feel about media consumption. This is actually very, very good advice. I like this guy. I mean, I think we already kind of knew that, but... Tell me, Dave, do you have any hobbies? Oh man, I do, but I don't know if I care about anything the way you care about this stuff. Well, I'd love to hear about your interests. Hearing someone talk about the things they're passionate about is intriguing, and quite honestly, rather attractive. Debsy, hello! This is Damien. He is the goth daddy. Please, do tell me about your hobbies. Quick, sound sophisticated. I love watching soap making videos on the internet. Or a world jumble, or I learned how to juggle once. Soap making videos on the internet. Soap is, an important advancement in modern society, getting rid of germs and stuff. I would say the people who make soap are the true heroes here. To watch them work is an honor. I, tried making some with Amanda once, and we both had to go to the doctor for rashes. Which I guess goes to show that we should leave it to the professionals. We finished our tea and finger sandwiches. I don't think he liked that. Come, I have one more thing to show you. Oh, his garden is so nice. Damien takes me around the back of his home, where a variety of flowers flourish in beautifully landscaped rows. A small stone path weaves through it, and butterflies flit lazily through the air.
Oh.
My garden. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Oh.
Victorians took flowers and floral arrangements very seriously.
Oh.
You see, it was considered uncouth to discuss personal and romantic relationships in public, so lovers and friends alike would use bouquets to send secret messages to each other. Each flower and plant is symbolic of different feelings. Even more interesting is that one flower could mean different things depending on the other plants it was paired with. One had to be extremely careful, as even the style in which the ribbon was tied around the bouquet affected the message. Damien leans down and plucks a gorgeous bright orange flower off a vine. Lilium bulbifarium. The orange lily. What do you think this one means? My loins are ablaze. Thou art the tightest. Or 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. Banger album. Ablaze. You should probably go to your doctor about that, but... It is a banger album. It's so good. Loins ablaze. I don't think he's impressed. The orange lily is actually symbolic of pure hatred. Well, and that's precisely why floral arrangement is so challenging. What's your favorite type of flower? Oh, I do like snapdragons. Because they're cute. And you can do that thing where you squeeze them so it looks like they're talking. It's true. You can do that. What a lovely choice. Oh, he liked our choice. I'll have to remember that when I put together a bouquet for you. He would put together a bouquet for me? Nobody's ever given me a bouquet before. I follow Damien down the footpath and admire more of his beautiful flowers. Suddenly, a phone rings. Oh, Dave, will you excuse me? I must take this. He pulls a cell phone out of his pocket. I'm a little surprised it's not a rotary phone. Go for it. Damien smiles and walks back to the house. I take a deep breath and enjoy the heavily perfumed air. What a lovely yard. You know that cloak is made of husband material. This makes me wish I'd put a little more effort into the garden Amanda and I tried to start one time. Our watermelons grew to the size of cherry tomatoes and then immediately died. Oh, hey, a gargoyle. Oh, I knocked over the gargoyle!
Fix that guard.
Oh, God! Oh, God, a minigame. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, no. This bit. Not this bit. No, this bit. Why is it none of these bits? Can I? Oh my god, I can flip it. Okay, it's this one, I think. Flip it. No, flip it. Yes, yes, okay, okay. Not the head yet, not the head yet. This bit. Flip it. I'm scared. No, no, come back. Come back, it has to be this bit. This bit.
Goal!
Our secret. We never broke the gargoyle. Whew, that was a close one. Oh, here comes Damien. He looks upset.
Ah!
Oh my god, why is he so loud? Dave, my sincerest apologies to have kept you waiting. There's an urgent matter I must attend to, so I'm afraid I must take my leave. No problem, dude. Everything alright? Damien worries the hem of his coat with his fingers and looks away. Everything's perfectly fine, but it's Lucian. What's wrong? He appears to have, well, his teacher needs me to come to school. Post haste. Do you need help? Oh, no, you don't have to. Let me come with you. Us dads gotta stick together. Oh, that's cute! You're right. This is one of Lucian's more elaborate stunts. I would greatly treasure having another parent by my side. Let's go.
Oh.
Aw. Damien and I walk into the school and are immediately greeted by an anxious-looking Hugo. Oh, no. Hey, Damien, you're here in record time. I wouldn't miss it for the world, dear friend. Wow, whatever it is, it doesn't seem like this is Hugo and Damien's first time to the My Kids Are in Trouble rodeo.
Huh.
What's it this time? This, Damien, you have to see to believe. Damien and I fall in step behind Hugo, who leads us through the busy corridors of the school. We pass by several classes in session, and I vaguely wonder if Amanda's around. Hugo eventually ushers us into a small boiler room with a flight of rickety stairs leading down into darkness. Watch your step. I can hear faint voices drifting up from the basement, and they don't sound happy. As I'm led into the depths of the school, I recall the antics I got up to as an angsty middle schooler. At least I had enough sense to stay out of creepy basements. We find another teacher in a boiler room tucked away in the back of the basement. With him are Lucian and Ernest, Hugo's son. Lucian has a bloody nose. Thanks for coming. I can't make heads nor tails of this. I look around the scene of the crime and see a bunch of bricks and some masonry tools scattered around.
Huh.
What happened here? Ernest punched me. Lucian tried to kill me. The room falls silent. I was not trying to kill you, dumbass. It is the cask of thingamajig. I was trying to build a brick wall around you and see what would happen. You promised me there was wine down here. You tricked me. He tried to cask of Amontillado. Is it Amontillado? I don't know how to say that. Whoa, 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 wait a second. Lucian, did you try to cask... Oh, there it is! Did you try to cask of Amontillado, Ernest? I'm neither confirming nor denying that. I turn to Damien and whisper to him. What's cask of Amontillado?
Huh.
It's a classic Edgar Allan Poe short story where a man gets his enemy drunk, lures him down to a cellar with the promise of a wine of a fine vintage, then buries him alive behind a brick wall. It's a lovely story. So, wait, Lucian, you tried to do that to him? I was curious to see how it would turn out. I wasn't actually going to leave him there. What was the thought process here? That Ernest was going to sit still while you slowly built a tomb around him? Well, it worked for like 20 minutes because he's an idiot, but then he realized I had lied about the wine. And you were cackling maniacally. That sort of tipped me off. Ernest, 20 minutes. Dad.
Sweet
took-
Manchego.
It took you 20 minutes. Son, we just did an entire 2-week unit on the cask of Amontillado, and it took you 20 minutes to realize Lucian was leading you into an elaborate ruse. Did you even read the story? Did you even read the story? For the love of God, Montresor! I read the first 5 pages and then read a review of the movie.
What?
It's only 5 pages long and there is no movie. Yeah, you're right. I paid Lucian to read it for me.
I don't know.
Actually, he didn't even pay me, so when you think about it, this was me teaching him a lesson. Damien and Hugo both have their heads in their hands. You guys are always telling me to engage in literature, and I did. I don't see a problem here. Alright, I'm filing this under what the hell. Don't do whatever that was again. You two are both suspended for a week. Ernest and Lucian, high five. I mean, that's great. They don't have to school for a week. The teacher starts to stomp up the stairs. Hugo, I'll cover your class. Take your son home, Mr. Bloodmarch. You too. Thank you for your meditation. We all head up the stairs and out of the school in tense silence. Lucian, Damien, and I all pile into my car and begin the drive home. Lucian immediately puts his hood up and stares out the window angrily. Oh, mediation. Sorry, I thought that felt a bit strange. Meditation, mediation. I can read. I can read good. Oh, I'm not going to therapy again. I know, son. It's entirely up to you whether or not you want to go. But I care about you and I can see that you're struggling. So if you do decide that you would like to speak to a professional about your feelings, we can do that too. Maybe you can spend this next week looking for a summer job, I know how much you want your own car. I can't believe Damien's keeping his cool. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Fine. Thanks for not freaking out too hard.
Oh.
I love you, son. Oh, he is a good dad. Lucian continues staring out the window. Love you too. Oh, we spend the rest of the drive in relative silence. The moment we pull into the driveway, Lucian hops out of the car, slams the door, and runs inside. I didn't expect to have that conversation in front of you. He and I have a lot we need to work out. It's alright, and all things considered, Lucian's bricklaying was pretty good, so there's your silver lining.
Oh.
There is that, yes. I admire how you handled that. You were a lot more diplomatic with him than I would have been. I just want what's best for him. And I don't think yelling at him would do either of us any favours. Excuse me. It rarely does. You're a good dad. See you around soon? It would be my honour and my pleasure. Damien bows with a flourish. Classy. I come home to find Amanda curled up on the couch with a blanket watching TV. I plop down next to her. Yo, what you watching?
Yeah.
Tiny House Hunting Brothers Extreme Edition. Oh, I hate this show. The couple on screen bickers back and forth while standing in an extremely small house made out of recycled bottles. The Tiny House Hunting Brothers watch them with bemused expressions, both of their heads touching the low ceiling. I told you I wanted a 2-bed, 2-bath, shabby chic cottage. This house doesn't even have a bathroom. But honey, the outhouse is only 20 yards away. It's not that bad. I am not pooping outside, Greg! Now, Greg. Why don't they just get a regular sized house? I don't know. How'd afternoon tea go? It got strange. We had to go to the school to pick up Lucian since he tried to... He lured Ernest down to the cellar with the promise of a fine vintage and then tried to break him into the wall, right? How'd you know that? Has everyone read the story except for me? Lucian live streamed the entire thing. This entire day is beyond me. But otherwise, it was a fun day. That Damien guy's a character, but he's really good company and surprisingly a diplomatic dad. I dig his style. You know what? Me too. Let's marry him. Date complete! Oh, we get points.
That was just bricky. Bricky as in the Victorian term for good.
Bricky. When did he get so much of a voice? Zargan, yes. Absolutely. So I can die about it not happening. did pretty good. I like him. New stream idea. Cask of Amontillado Macdara. I'll see if he's up for it. While I'm doing my afternoon word jumbles, I hear the mail truck pull through the cul-de-sac. I wonder if we got any coupons today. The nice mail person slides a couple of letters in a large yellow envelope through the slot. It takes a couple of tries for them to get it in. Hey, my coupons! I take a closer look at the large yellow envelope. I lightly knock on Amanda's door. She probably has headphones on. Amanda? She yells through the door. What? I have something for you. I'm kind of busy right now. Can you come back later? Okay, just thought you want this big old envelope we got from HIA. Immediately, Amanda pushes her door open. Horn Institute for the Arts? I mean, if you're busy, I can come back.
Yeah.
Father, please. I hand her the envelope, which she tears open with her teeth. That's probably bad for your teeth. She doesn't seem to hear me and spits out a piece of envelope. She pulls out a letter and unfolds it. And the suspense is killing me. This is her dream school. Amanda's face is unreadable. I can't believe this. Oh. Honey, it's okay if you didn't— I got in! Oh! I got in! Amanda tosses the letter aside and gives you a big old hug. Congrats, sweetie, that's amazing! I'm so proud of you! She pulls away and looks at the letter again. Oh my god, I can't believe I got in. Well, of course you got in. You're a great student. You nailed that interview and your photography is incredible. Wait, Dad? I know this one's really expensive and it's so far away. I think for a moment. HIA was one of the most expensive schools that Amanda applied to, but I know she's had her heart set on it for the longest time. Emperor Elysium, how are you doing? Oh, hang on. So Zarkin says in one of the other dialogue options with Damien, that is, he has this line: to be able to wake up in the morning, pick from my closet a variety of cloaks, top hats, and even binders that are period appropriate feels amazing. Damien is canonically a trans man, and the fact that it's mentioned so casually is so nice. Oh, that's really sweet. I nearly clicked on the I think it might be like the cloak option. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, I'm sad we didn't get that now. Aw. No time like this time for a yeehaw! It'll be tough, but we're gonna make it work. Really? Of course. Amanda hugs me again.
Yes.
Thanks, Dad. Okay, sweetie. We're celebrating tonight. Dinner. Your choice. Wherever you want. Wherever? Amanda and I walk along the bayside, tearing into our foil wrap— oh, I want a burrito. No, I don't. I'll die. Our foil wrap burritos from a nearby food truck. You could have chosen anywhere in Maple Bay. Cost was not a determining factor. Please, Dad. You know I'm a simple gal. Just give me a burrito with a view. I can't say I'm mad. Amanda and I sit on a patch of grass and watch ships sail lazily through the bay.
Alright.
And the dorms are right near a bunch of cafes, and there are all these galleries nearby, and there's a discount if you bring a student ID, and— Amanda, slow down. You're gonna choke in your burrito. I know, I'm just excited. Did I mention the students get their own studio space once they're seniors, and we get all the professional photo editing software for free? It's nice to see Amanda so enthusiastic about HIA, but I wish she wouldn't do it in between bites of her burrito. I thought I taught her to chew with her mouth closed. I wonder who my roommate's gonna be. You take a survey online and match you with someone with a similar major and interests. I bet we're gonna be best friends. Craig and I were. A good roommate can be a lifelong friend. But don't even get me started on bad roommates. Oh no. I'm just kidding. We didn't have a bad roommate. Our only other roommate was a puppy that Craig brought home one night. We spent the semester fabricating a story about our new foreign exchange student who had a really bad cough that sounded exactly like a dog's bark. Carl ruled.
Yeah.
Oh, they let you have animals in the dorms if you get a note saying you need one, but I could forge one. I think I'd get a rabbit, or maybe a snake, or maybe both. Would the snake eat a rabbit, though? Oh boy, I think I'll leave all that up to you. She's so excited, I don't want to disappoint her, but I need to be real for a second. So, you know the talk I had with Mr. Vega?
Huh?
He didn't tell you about the dumpster fire, did he? What? No. I don't want to put a damper on the good news, but I need you to knock it out of the park with these last few months of school, okay? If you really want to go to Horns, we need that scholarship money. I know you can do it.
Huh.
Okay. I promise I'll try harder. Did she just get bags under her eyes very suddenly? I pat her on the back. Think you can handle a 14-hour drive to come home for the holidays? There's gonna be some treacherous ice roads to cross. And don't even get me started on the paranormal occurrences. Well, it'll be worth it if I get to see you. Aww. My eyes immediately well up with tears. Huh. Oh, Dad, don't cry. Sorry, I'm just very, very proud of you. You're all grown up now, and you're such a good person, and I hope you know how important you are to me. Aww. Dad, stop. You're gonna make me cry, too. It's too late, honey. It's happening. Dad, I can't get tears in my burrito. It's gonna make it taste sad. I pull Amanda in for a hug and kiss her on the forehead. Love you, kiddo. Love you too, Pops. Aww.
Welcome. You've got dads.
Hey, are you up to anything tonight? Oh, it's a group chat. Hugo and I were planning to go to the art walk downtown and was wondering if you'd care to accompany us. I'd normally write a letter longhand, but I've run out of distressed parchment paper. Whoa, why can I see Damien and Hugo's chat? Because you're being invited, you dumb idiot head. 6 large cats, thank you so much for 2 months. My ceiling is no longer crying on me, thank goodness. It's all cleared up. The ceiling is not sad enough to be crying on me anymore. Only one time. But lovely to have you. How are you keeping? Come in. Am I a hacker? But I don't even have a hacker alias. The feds are going to bust out my door any minute now. I've got to destroy this computer. Dave, this is a group chat. Oh, thank God. Do either of you guys know how to destroy a computer? You can run Dark's boot and nuke from the startup flash drive, but once you've done that, it's best to physically destroy the platters altogether. The Victorians were well versed in information security. Dave, do you want to go see some art or not? Art is good. Let's see some art. Lads, are we ready to go see some art? Let's go see some art! David and Hugo invited me to the monthly art walk in downtown Maple Bay. I've never really been to one of these before, so I'm not quite sure what I'm in for. I think I'm here a bit early. I don't see Damien or Hugo anywhere around. I just feel a bit uncomfortable standing around among all these fancy art people. Dave? I turn around. Oh, Joseph is here. Joseph Christensen. Joseph, what are you doing here? What? Joseph scoffs at me. What am I doing here? How could you ask me that? I'm obviously a huge art, appreciatist. Okay, fine. Damien invited me to this art walk thing. I'm guessing he invited you too? Yep. Admittedly a little out of my depth here. Thank God. I thought I was going to be the odd one out. Are you allowed to say that? Are you allowed to say that? Astronaut Cod, thank you so much for 23 months. I thank you very, very much. Don't you worry one bit. Lovely to see you and lovely to have you, and I hope life is going well for you. Oh, it's crazy because without you, Cake, I wouldn't have met one of my friends who I loved. You've been meeting friends in the community. You've been meeting friends through the community. Oh my God, that's so sweet. Oh, Astro Cut, that's so lovely to hear. I hope you're having a good one. Oh my goodness. But are you allowed to say that? Say what? You know. Thank God. Yep. I actually get double points when I say it since I'm a minister. The points get you into heaven. That's how it works. Anyway, where are the guys? I look and spot Hugo and Damien, who seem to have just arrived at the gallery. Good eve, good eve, good eve. I have to move again because I'm directly in front of all of Damien. Evening, friends. Who's ready for some art? Art is dead and nothing is real. Dun 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 dun. You know I am. You know I love looking at paintings that are in frames and also paintings that aren't in frames. Art is good and stuff.
Yeah.
Well put, Dave.
Oh.
All you have to know is that if you're ever feeling overwhelmed, there's generally always a table that has free wine and cheese. I want free wine and cheese. Zargan says, can I take a sec to mention how much that this game could have been played as a joke, but it's done completely straight, ironically, and treats relationships between middle-aged queer men as something good and healthy, which is shockingly rare in media. And it's a nice thing, you know. It's a good and normal thing. I want free wine and cheese. I like art now. I got the table in my sights. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna go help myself to some tiny wines. I'm going to talk art with Hugo and Damien in the hopes that Hugo will get distracted and wander off. So what's this first place? This particular artist specializes in landscape painting of various locales within the American Northeast. I look at the art. It is rad art. At the risk of sounding uninformed, do all of these landscapes look like butts to you guys? We're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. We don't stand a chance. Ay, caramba! Damien and Hugo lean in, examining the paintings in earnest. It would appear as if you are correct. Oh, he's smiling!
Oh.
Valid assessment, Dave. Oh, Dave knows about art. Dave gets it. Hey, this art stuff's pretty easy.
Ah.
Oh, it gets more complicated. Sometimes the butts are more symbolic. Sometimes the butts are metaphors. Sometimes art about the butts they don't draw. Makes you think. Interesting. Joseph returns to our group with tiny cheese and wine. What'd I miss? Butts. Shame. Cheese is nice, though. Shall we visit the next place? We shall. We leave the first gallery and walk a few minutes before we reach another one. This gallery's a bit more crowded. Huge paintings of, I'm not sure, hang on the walls. Oh. Oh, geez. What am I looking at here? This is abstract. And I'm hiding. There's nowhere I can sit where I'm not hiding Damien. I might have to sacrifice Joseph for this one. I'm sorry. This is abstract art. I think the more important question is, what does this art mean to you? If you'd like to make a new face for Joseph, you can work away, chat. I just called you chat. That felt a bit strange. I never call you chat. Who am I? And what have I done with me? Go on, give him a new face. I stare at the painting, concentrating as hard as I can on its meaning. It's a metaphor for the human condition. It's a butt. No, you know what? I'm going to try to pretend to know what I'm talking about. It seems to be an attempt to visually represent a universal experience. That's really powerful, Dave. Care to expound on it? Just kidding, it's a butt. Everyone else stares at the painting. Yeah, that's definitely a butt. While a valid assessment, I feel like the artist was trying to make a different statement. No, we've disappointed Damien. No. We've accidentally impressed Joseph. Probably how much you like butts. You are a servant. You are a servant of the Lord. We're all God's creatures, even butts. Comparing this piece to the artist's body of work, I'm pretty sure this represents the sense of isolation he feels creating traditional abstract artwork in a field that's rapidly moving towards digitization. Wow, how do you figure that? That's what it says on the placard. Oh. Let's look at a few more of these. Oh! We walk around the gallery, sampling some more of the artist's work. I almost hate to say it, but abstract art's kind of growing on me. It's interesting that the artist chooses not to let their work be defined by, what's the word? Realism. Realism. As we're looking at one of the paintings, a patron scoffs loudly. Psh, I could do that. Excuse me?
Oh my.
Hugo, not here.
Oh.
No, come back here. Oh, Hugo's about to kill someone. The patron walks away, not noticing Hugo fuming right next to him. You say you could do that, but you didn't. You don't seem to have the intellectual depth or the artistic skill to execute a piece even a fraction as impressive as this one. Art is the truest expression of the self, and it seems like your self is bad, so your art would be bad. Oh! Hugo, please, we're in public. Hugo's insult game isn't the best, but there's no denying his passion. Damien is holding him back at this point. Friend, he's not worth it. Hugo manages to cool down. He smooths his jacket. I'm sorry, I just love art very much. We know, buddy. I pat Hugo on the shoulder. You know what would ease the mood? Is it cheese? No. It's wine and cheese. Hey, cosine. Woo! The four of us head over to the wine and cheese table, which thankfully is grounded in realism and is actual wine and cheese. I want wine and cheese.
Oh.
We got one last stop on the tour. You lot feeling up for it? You know what? I want wine, cheese, and grapes. Cheese and grapes together. Oh, that's it. I suppose you're having grapes in the wine, but you know, I'm not going to be the kind of like chocolate's made for a plant, so a Kit Kat's a salad. I'm not going down that route, you know. I also must only partially apologize to all the Americans for making a very bad American accent anytime I'm, like, saying something in a mocking way. I'm only apologizing a very small bit. Is it going to be any weirder than this art? It is absolutely weirder than this art. Let's do it.
Oh.
What about pickly onion, cheese, and sausage on stick? Oh, please. Please, I'm hungry. Damien, Hugo, Joseph, and I walk over to a performance in the street. Several masked performers in leotards undulate wildly on the ground, screaming both at each other and us.
Oh.
So, quick question.
Ah.
Shoot. What is happening? I second this question.
Ah.
Performance art. What does it mean? Again, I pose the very same question to you, Mr. Destroyer. The very humanity of being human. What do you think they're trying to say? I believe it's less about what they're saying and more about why they're saying it. I think there's something special about performance art. With almost every other form of art, music, painting, photography, the artist uses their medium as a conduit for their emotions. Ooh. Melaria says, please mock us, we deserve it. I feel like maybe there's a market for mocking Americans with consent. But we're not going there. With performance art, the medium is the artist. It's the purest expression of raw human emotion. It's art as catharsis. That's beautiful, Damien. So what you're saying is, if I start making really loud fart noises right now, it's art as long as I, like, really mean it. Damien fixes him with a hard stare.
Hey?
I was going to start making fart noises, but based on the look in your face, that joke isn't going to play well with this crowd. Wise.
Hey.
We watch the rest of the performance as earnestly as we can and clap politely after the dancers scream their way off stage. Phew, I think I'm all arted out. Agreed. We all decide to walk home together. Dad walk. We make our way back to the cul-de-sac, tiny wine and tiny cheese sloshing around in my stomach. I think what I've learned tonight, and not just what I've learned about art, which was nice and extremely informative, what I've learned tonight is that when you put a bunch of tiny wine and tiny cheese together, it eventually becomes regular wine and regular cheese, followed by too much wine and too much cheese. The tiny cheese lulled me into a false sense of security. I felt safe with the tiny cheese. Wax wings too close to the sun. Smooth move, Icarus.
Oh.
Cheese wings. Those would melt in the sun too, and I feel that's more appropriate imagery.
Oh.
Plus it'd be delicious. A nice Emmentaler. Possibly. Hey, if you guys were painters, what would you paint? I actually dabble in oils. I mostly paint landscapes. I'm not very good, but it's a nice way to pass the time. I think I'd focus on personal portraits of people in unique profession. Like, for example, luchadors.
Oh.
I think I'd paint boats, seascapes, maybe some lighthouses. Mostly boats. Really?
Ah.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're choosing boats in favor of a long history of religious imagery and artwork.
Oh.
What? Boats are cool. What about you, Dave? Tasteful nudes of the artist. Art's a money-making business. I know what sells. We finally get to the cul-de-sac.
Oh.
Alright, boys. Good art. Good art. Agreed.
Oh.
See you guys around? Whether you want to or not, we're all neighbours after all. I head inside to deal with my inevitable cheese over. I don't think we really got anything out of saying that we were going to paint ourselves naked. Please don't pirate games.
Welcome.
Says
You've
the
got
dad tip.
dads.
Take that advice if you would like. Oh, we have a message from Dad Manda. Oh, maybe we haven't. Oh, Amanda, is that you? What are you doing on Dad Book? Why, Dave, I never. We've known each other since business school. How could you possibly confuse me for your amazing and talented and easy to buy things for a daughter? Though I am, of course, flattered. You should buy Amanda more things. Amanda, you know I didn't go to business school. I barely even managed to get my degree. Wait. No. Wow. I didn't say that. You never heard that. This is gold. I was a great student, I swear. I graduated at the top of my class because I worked hard and ate all my vegetables. Totally holding on to this for later. Wait. Do you remember what I majored in? I declined to comment. Cool. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Should we try to go another day with Damien? Should we try to go another day with Damien? Should we write with Damien? I had a lot of fun hanging out with Damien the other day. I wonder what he's up to. I opened up Dad's book and started writing him a message when Amanda walks in the door. Dad, you got a letter. Oh, is it from Grandma? No, it's from... We got a handwritten letter from Damien. Whoa. Can I see it? Amanda hands me a piece of old parchment folded into an envelope and sealed with purple wax. Damn, the dude goes all out. I pry off the seal and unfold the letter. In the most beautiful calligraphy, the letter reads... Dearest Dave, I hope you'll find my continued correspondence endearing rather than trying. One can only hope that my use of the slower, more traditional form of communication will showcase my sincere and earnest sentiment that I greatly enjoyed our time together. I write this hastily under the warm embrace of excitement, fearful that I may misstep and speak towards something unwelcome. For now I hope that you might forgive my boldness. I will simply say that your company has greatly occupied my thoughts. While the afternoon may have been derailed by forces unforeseen, your companionship helped a great deal, not only in the discipline of my child, but in the morale of my spirit. And for that, I thank you. That said, Dave, if you'll allow me, it would mean the world to me if I could enjoy more of your time. Perhaps a trip to the cinema, followed by a moonlit stroll, would be to your taste. I eagerly await your response. Your bonnet. I eagerly await your response. With great respect, D. Bloodmarch. We are being asked on a date! Amanda and I both look up from the letter. Wow. He's good. So you're gonna catch a movie with him? Yeah, I better message him on Dad Book and let him know. Amanda slaps my laptop shut.
Hey.
You have to write him back. A real letter. But my handwriting looks like two toddlers fighting over a crayon.
Alright.
Dad, you have to. He wrote you a letter. That's so cool. Will you help me? I need to class this up. Father, I was made for this. Here's what you do. Find tickets to a show you two like, and then close them in the letter. Oh my god. Smooth. Oh, that's classy. Amanda and I hop onto my laptop and peruse showtimes. He doesn't seem like a romantic comedy kind of guy.
Yeah.
Amanda's a great wingman, I have to say. And Racing One, we do have Goku hair. It's based on Dave, who is right here. Here's one. Vampire Crusade 2. Evil Never Dies. I don't know. That sounds kind of stupid. Actually, it's a critically acclaimed exploration into the ennui of existence. It really turns the vampire trope on its head. Really? No, there's just lots of blood and vampire titty. Film mentioned, is it real? Film mentioned in Dream Daddy, is it real? Film mentioned in Dream Daddy, is it real? And does it have lots of vampire titties? No reason. Well, let's roll the dice. I purchase the tickets and print them out, then sit down at the table with Amanda trying to draft a nice letter. I start writing. Damien. Hey.
Aw.
Dad, I'm gonna need you to get your head in the game here. What's next? You remember? Hey, remember your son tried to cask him onto Ado, that kid? Oh, God. I must confess my amateur control of the written words. Jeez, Dad, have some faith in yourself. Okay, we're trucking along. Let him know how you're feeling. That Earth shit was pretty messed up. Woo! Oh my goodness. I very much felt the same after our last encounter. Nice. Ask him to hang out already. True art takes time, Amanda. Like Bruegel's landscape with the fall of Icarus, I find myself lost in your details. Ooh. While a strange turn of events, I found myself enamored of the situation at hand. I want to be lost in his details. Dad. Whoa. I saw it on TV. I am not actually an intelligent person. Bring it home, Pops. I would very much enjoy your company accompanying me to the cinema. It would bring me great pleasure to escort you to the cinema. Smooth. Calling it the cinema is a classy move. As opposed to calling it what? Enclosed, you'll find 2 tickets for Vampire Crusade 2 Evil Never Dies, which I'm sure you'll find both titillating and enjoyable. Best wishes, hard daps, namaste, or we'll carry on. Best wishes. And then I sign my name. My full name. Fancier that way. Dave Destroyer. Oh. Is this okay? Amanda reads over my sloppy handwriting. Hey, Damien. Hey, I must confess my amateur control with written words as well as my even more amateur penmanship. Your letter found me in good spirits, for I felt very much the same after our last encounter. Like Bruegel's landscape with the fall of Icarus, I find myself lost in your details. It would bring me great pleasure to escort you to the cinema. Enclosed, you'll find 2 tickets to Vampire Crusade 2 Evil Never Dies, which I'm sure you'll find both titillating and enjoyable. Best wishes, Dave Destroyer. Bullshit. Right you are. How are you doing? You spelled his name wrong. What? Nah, I'm just trying to keep you on your toes. Now all you have to do is seal it and put it in his mailbox. Can I seal it with tape? That's not authentic enough. I have an idea. I'll be right back. Amanda leaves the room and returns the candle, a lighter, and a small piece of wood. You gotta have a wax seal. She lights the candle. I don't know why I'm still on this side of the screen. She lights the candle, which starts to burn down and form a pool of melted wax. What's that other thing? Amanda pours some of the wax onto the folded letter and expertly presses the small piece of wood into it. She lets it dry for a second and then pulls the wood away, revealing, here it is, your sigil. A little kitten with a bow on its head. Awesome. Scrapbooking stuff always comes in clutch. Well, I guess all there is to do is deliver to his doorstep now, huh? Oh, I thought we were getting a carrier pigeon to do it. I already called my guy. My guy? I have a pigeon guy. Marcus has the good pigeons. Don't get your pigeons from Anthony. They're no good. Anthony'd never give you a good pigeon. I don't want to know if any of this is true. I head outside and walk over to Damien's house. I slip the letter into the slot in his door and go back home. Mission accomplished? Now we play the waiting game. The night finally rolls around where I'm supposed to meet with Damien. The next day, he had left another beautifully crafted letter thanking me for mine and agreeing to the evening. Amanda helps me pick out a nice outfit and I show up to the theatre a little bit early. It's a chilly night and the theatre's kind of crowded, but it's still nice.
I regret to inform you that movie is not from Earth.
No! We'll never be able to watch it. Oh. Give me a sec. It's okay, it's not a leak. It's not a leak. It's not a leak. It's not, sorry, I probably should have said that first. It's not a leak. I thought there was a dead insect in one of my fill lights, and there's not. It was just a really, really weird piece of fabric. It was just a really, really weird piece of fabric. We'll never see the vampire titties now. How do you do? I jump at the sound of his voice and turn around to see Damien right behind me. You almost gave me a heart attack. How long were you there for?
Ah!
I don't know. I just walked up. My apologies for frightening you. Was that thunder? Is it gonna rain soon? I didn't hear anything. What?
Huh.
What? Regardless, the hour grows close. Shall we take our seats in the cinema? I must thank you again for purchasing our tickets.
Oh.
He is Thunder. Please, allow me to repay the deed in Sour Patch Kids, or perhaps Milk Duds. I can't. I'm... You have no idea how much I'm trying to be well behaved. You can dud my milk anytime. Let's do it! We get in line to buy snacks. As we're waiting, I hear a familiar voice behind us. Oh, my dad's here. I turn around to find Lucian standing a few feet behind us with a gaggle of other goth kids.
Oh.
Lucian, how nice to see you. I didn't know you were coming to the theatre. I'm glad to see you spending some quality time with your friends. Whatever, Dad.
Oh.
And what movie will we be attending tonight? My friends are making me see some kids' movie about talking animals. I don't really care about it.
Oh.
Well, I do hope you enjoy your evening. We'll be watching Vampire Crusade 2, Evil Never Dies.
What?
You? Watching that? Yeah, I thought Damien would enjoy it.
Huh.
Good luck with that, Dad. Oh. Lucian rejoins his friends. I look over to Damien. Why would you ever want to time me out? I didn't do anything. I'm just vibing. I didn't do anything. Good luck with what? It's nothing. My son loves to tease. We wait in line for a little longer and Damien buys us snacks. Oh. He seems a little nervous. I wonder what's wrong. Damien and I take our seats and settle in for previews. Glancing at him, I can see that he's sweating profusely and gripping his armrest. Is everything okay? Everything's perfectly fine.
Huh.
I'm so excited for this film. I'm a devoted patron of the arts, especially the scary arts. The scarier the art, the better. Do you have a favorite horror movie? Of course I have a favorite horror movie. Mine is Halloween Town. Terrifying. Oh, interesting.
Huh.
That's odd. I don't seem to remember Halloween Town being that scary. Oh my god, he's scared. He's nervous. Oh! That's kind of cute. Damien's knuckles are turning white. It looks like he's about to rip the armrest off. Wait a second. Damien, are you afraid of horror movies? You must be joking. I love horror movies. The lights dim for the film. Oh my god. Oh wow, that was really loud in my ears. When they made this game, they obviously didn't volume level anything. Damien screams. I apologize. I was thinking of... I apologize. I was thinking about something far scarier than this movie, which is not scary at all. We settle in as the film starts. I offer Damien some licorice and he takes one. I take note of... Oh no, how much his hands are shaking. The title flashes across the screen in bloody letters. Vampire Crusade 2, Evil Never Dies. A pale man with long silver hair, glittering red eyes, and a well-oiled abs sits up in a coffin. Awaken my coven. Two more vampires slide the tops off their stone coffins onto the floor. Brother, is it time? Yes, husband, but also mortal enemy, it is time. The three look at each other and then to the camera. For the Vampire Crusade. This rules. The trio of vampires flies off into the night as foreboding organ music plays in the distance. I somehow get lost in the movie. As dumb as it sounded, it's actually a pretty fun flick. We get to a tense moment of the movie where Romulus Trueblood sits at a truce meeting with the general of the human army whose wife Romulus has fallen in love with. Romulus, it is good to finally meet you. General, I agree. It's good to finally blood you. Romulus leaps out and slashes the general's throat. Blood splatters over everything, including the camera. Damien screams again, reflexively grasping my hand. Hand holding. Hand holding. I immediately blush, forgetting about any vampires or blood or vampiric blood. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Damien retracts his hand, no! And places it back in his lap. I was writing a novel in my head about blood magic and I got to an extremely scary section. Damien goes back to quietly stressing out over the movie. It's kind of cute that he won't admit that he's afraid of it. I wish he'd... Oh. I wish he would hold my hand again. Maybe I could do something to make him feel more comfortable. I've got it. I'll do what all dads do best. Talk during the movie. No! No. 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 Maybe if we tell a joke, he won't be as afraid. Oh, he likes it. Where's the dog go when it loses his tail?
What?
What? Where? To the retail store. I yelled that last bit a little too loud for a crowded movie theatre, but I can see a smile form on Damien's face. Oh! Good one, Dave.
Huh.
The rest of the movie goes by relatively smoothly, with only a few whimpers from Damien. Maybe you would have liked the romantic comedy better. We get to the final scene of the movie, where Romulus Badblood and the General's wife embrace each other in his crypt. It appears the true Vampire Crusade was the Vampire Crusade in our hearts. Our cold, unbeating hearts. Romulus and the General's wife begin making out. Hard. Whoa!
What?
The film fades to black and the end appears on screen, but then it hard cuts to Demetrius and his rival lover Carmela, who watch the two from afar. Oh no, twist ending. Our bloodline has been pure for 1,000 years. Romulus has betrayed us by loving a human woman. It will only be a short time before the next Vampire Crusade 3. Evil must die again. More thunder, more ominous organs. The movie fades out again, and a bloody question mark now accompanies the end. Damien and I walk out of the movie theatre amongst throngs of chattering moviegoers. He's a little more pale than I remember, but otherwise he survived the encounter. He even seems kind of invigorated. What an interesting film. While the premise admittedly struck me as pedestrian, I was intrigued by its harrowing love story and great attention to detail in regards to vampiric lore. Yeah, it was pretty good. A lot more vampire titties than I thought there was going to be.
Huh.
Come, the night is young. Let's take a stroll. We're going for a walk. Damien's making a point of not telling me where he's taking me. Still, I'm enjoying the walk and the cool night air. Being alone here with Damien is a lot better than being in a crowded theatre. Lovely night, isn't it? As lovely as the company, yes. He thinks I'm lovely. Oh! Damn, okay, here comes the smooth response. Thanks, cool, okay. Thanks. No problem. Crushed it. We both stand there feeling a little awkward. I'm sure I'm one smooth operator. Are you getting a little hungry? We could maybe stop off and grab something to eat. Worry not, friend. I have a plan. We turn the corner and are greeted by the gates of a cemetery? What? Are we going in there? A little bit of Victorian flavour, Dave. Trust me. I'm a bit nervous, but Damien hasn't led me wrong yet. I follow his lead as we walk into the cemetery. Statues of angels stare down at us as we follow a path through the faded tombstones. We're on a cemetery day. The music is actually quite loud. Let me read down a bit. As we crest a small hill, we get a beautiful view of the city. The night lights sparkle around us. I gotta hand it to him. For being in a cemetery, this is strangely romantic. Picnicking in graveyards is an old Victorian tradition. An appropriate finish to an evening after a vampire movie, wouldn't you say? This kind of goes, I'm gonna be honest. With a flourish, Damien produces a blanket and a picnic basket! Wait, where were you hiding that? Under my cloak? Oh, right. Damien unfolds the blanket and we both sit down, gazing out at the city lights. He produces a bottle of red wine and a fine selection of cheeses. In the Victorian era, there were no public art galleries, parks, or botanical gardens to speak of. Once rural graveyards became a more popular alternative to church burials, they became the only place that people could see beautiful plant life and fine sculptures. He hid a picnic basket under his coat, yeah, all night! And a bottle of wine! That makes sense. This is pretty nice. I have a question, though. How are you so okay with being in a graveyard, but you had trouble handling a scary movie? I wasn't... He sighs deeply. Okay, yes, I was extremely scared by that movie. I was not writing a book about blood magic in my head. I've never been good at those. I just feel as if, because of how I look and act, people expect me to love horror films, so I must play the part. Truth be told, I don't know if I have the constitution for them at times. People think I like horror films because I'm a little bit of a goth in some ways, and I'm absolutely not. I'm a baby. I can't do it. I don't like it. Damien, I'm so sorry. If I'd known, I would have suggested another movie. It's quite alright. I actually did find myself enjoying this one, thanks to your help. Graveyards, however, I think there's something rather beautiful about death. Cemeteries are traditionally built away from cities, away from the realm of the living, and it keeps us rather separated from it. To acknowledge death and become comfortable with it, I think gives us a certain intimate knowledge of ourselves. To sit amongst generations of those who came before us, to be truly alive in the midst of so much death brings me great comfort. Death helps me appreciate life, to savor every second. Oh. Oh. We sit and enjoy our food and wine. I don't feel scared anymore. Never thought I'd be comfortable sitting alone in a graveyard at night, but I actually feel very peaceful. Hang on, I need you to see him properly. Suddenly it doesn't seem like we're alone. Off in the distance, I see a shadowy figure in the trees. What is that? I'm not sure. It notices us. I'm paralyzed with fear as it begins lumbering slowly towards us, its shape taking a more animal form, more feral. I look to Damien for help, but he's just as afraid and transfixed as I am. I want to scream, but it's stuck in my throat. The creature's getting closer, moving faster. Oh. It's a dog. As it finally comes into light, the friendliest... Oh, look at... Boston Terriers are very cute. The friendliest, dumbest little Boston Terrier I've ever seen pulls its owner towards us. The dog trots over to Damien and sniffs at his hands. Damien looks ecstatic. He ruffles the dog's fur happily. What a beautiful dog. Hey. We both look up, not expecting to see... Oh, it's Robert's dog! Thanks. Robert, what are you doing out here on a lovely evening? Hunting cryptids. What? What? I didn't know you had a dog.
Hey.
Oh, this isn't my dog. I found her wandering in the street. I put a leash on her and now we're walking around this graveyard together. Hunting cryptids. Damien and I share a look. May I give her a treat? Sure. Wouldn't give her cheese, though. Not to worry. Damien reaches into the depths of his cloak and procures a small dog treat. What else is he keeping in there? The dog laps up the treat and crunches away, tail wagging furiously. Damien continues to smooth down her fur. Thanks.
Hey.
My absolute pleasure. He's crashing our date. Damien shakes the dog's paw. Lovely to meet you, my friend. May our paths cross again. OMG It's Cake says, and I am going to say this because you have typed this in a public forum. I wish someone would put a leash on me and walk through the graveyard with me. OMG It's Cake, 2202, 12th of the 7th, 2023. Robert and his dog disappear into the darkness again. Damien stares after them. I didn't know you liked dogs. Victorians loved dogs, actually. Most Victorian women of high fashion would always be accompanied by a small dog such as a terrier or a Maltese. It's okay, OMG, it's cake. We appreciate you. Victorians love dogs. Oh, wait, I read this already. My brain's so crunchy. I think big dogs are nice, too. Yeah, man, dogs are cool. I do believe we've had enough excitement for one night. What say we make our way home? Damien hops to his feet and extends a hand to help me up. I gladly take it as my knees aren't what they used to be. He packs up his picnic basket and leads us out of the graveyard. As we begin the walk home, I take one last look at the cemetery. It really is beautiful. Like a proper gentleman, Damien walks me to my doorstep! Oh! Thank you ever so kindly for your company tonight. Damien, it was my pleasure. Dave, if you'll allow me, it would bring me great joy to offer you a token of my affection. Damien reaches into his cloak and pulled out a folded, monogrammed handkerchief. He presses it into my hand. Wow, thank you, Damien. I can't wait to sneeze on this. I will use this to dry my tears for those I've lost. Or I'm gonna wait this passing ships. I don't know. I don't know. I want to tears. A noble purpose. Damien shuffles his feet. I just want to say it's rare to find someone like you. Someone so open to be someone who's open to my eccentricities. It's nice to feel so accepted. Thank you. Oh, Damien gives my hand a quick squeeze. Damien blushes and hastily retracts his hand. I must take my leave. Good night. Moon Lady says, at 22:04 on the 12th of the 7th, 2023, why you got a slutty little waist? Everybody point at Moon Lady. Point! Point! I must take my leave. Good night. She's right, but before I can say anything else, he's gone. Huh. I unlock the door and step inside. The answer is tailoring. Tailoring is magic.
Whoa.
Like a whirlwind, Amanda runs from the window and plops down on the couch, trying to look nonchalant. Hey, Dad, what's up? Were you watching me from the window? No, I was just, Okay, yes, how was the movie? Lots of vampire titties. Told you. But, as it turns out, Damien is Wait, Amanda doesn't need to know that. I'll keep it between me and Damien. Scary cool. Yeah, he's so cool it's scary. Nice save, Dave. Did you know that graveyards used to be a place to throw parties? I think I'm misremembering that. Wow, that's pretty punk. Also, we saw a dog. Definitely thought it was a werewolf for a minute, though. How can you be so sure it wasn't a werewolf? How can you be so... Excuse me. How can you be so sure I'm not a werewolf? And how can I be so sure you're not a werewolf? Amanda's eyes narrow. I don't trust you. Nor I you. Make intense, wary eye contact for a second. Anyway, I'm calling it for the night. Don't stay up too late, will you? I'll try not to howl at the moon past midnight. Dad tip. Trust no one. Date complete!
I'm sensing a romance between us. A chemical romance. What? That's a band?
I'm dead. I live. Whew. I didn't expect this game to be so good. Well, it's been a long day. I'm just about ready to pack it in. After a few bites of ice cream from the freezer, I turn off all the lights and walk down the hall to my room. I wonder if Amanda's still awake. That kid needs some sleep. As I pass her room, I can hear a faint sound, but can't quite make out what it is. I get a little closer. Is she crying? I knock gently on the door. Hey, Amanda? The crying immediately stops. Not right now. Her voice sounds strange. She sniffles. I need to make sure she's okay. I open the door. Oh. In the dark, I can see Amanda's outline in the middle of her bed, knees hugged up against her body. Is everything okay? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want her to suffer on her own, but I also don't want to, like, pressure her, you know? Let's just ask once. Did something happen? No, nothing happened. Go away. Oh, do we ask her? Maybe we should leave her. Maybe. But she's been crying a lot lately. Let's leave her. Okay, I'll leave you be. I back out of the room and close the door gently behind me. She immediately starts crying again. Oh, wow. I have no idea what has her so upset. She seemed totally normal. I feel awful just leaving her to cry, but I also get the feeling if I tried to do anything else, it would only have made her more upset. I can't stop mentally cycling through all sorts of awful things she'd be dealing with right now. More than anything, I just want her to be happy and safe. I have a hard time falling asleep, but when I finally do, I'm still thinking about Amanda. Okay. Let's save. Let's save there. Code of Killer, I didn't miss it. I couldn't stop in the middle of that first. I'm sorry. I think we will leave it there for the night. Wait, it won't let me. Please let me exit the game. I'm pretty sure I have saved. Oh, to the title. Let's go. It is, oh, nice title. We're entirely hiding like a person and a half here. This is great. Like this, I didn't expect this to have so much emotional depth. We have to leave things on a cliffhanger as well. And here's a cliffhammer. Cliffhammer. Whoever Cliffhammer is. And we do have a close-up of Shark for all the people from Kodo Killer. Also, lads, if you ever redeem with Shark close-up and I'm in the middle of doing something in a game, please know I will get to it, okay? Do not have a worry. Do not worry. Sometimes I do miss things, but I will get to it. I will. Because Shark love you and appreciate you. And Jeff, thank you for the bits.
Hi, I'm Cliffhammer, and you may be entitled to compensation.
It's true, you may be. You may be. Thank you for the bits, Jeff. And Solstrom, thank you for the bits.
I guess after this you could say Damien and Dave Destroyer are demolition lovers.
Anyway, moving along, lads. I need to ask you something very, very important. I have to ask you something very, very, very important. No, Solstrom, you're fine. You're grand. Have we had a very nice time tonight? This evening. I am going to continue this tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be continuing this. Hell to the yeah! I'm so glad you're liking this because I've had this for ages. I think I've probably had this game for over 3 years and just never played it. So great time, yes! I'm so glad. I got very, very invested in like the reading and everything. So I'm sorry if I missed anything in chat today. It's very intense. But lads, this is excellent. This is great. Like honestly, this is so good. I'm so happy. I know I was almost joking when I said it first yesterday, but I'm actually really, really glad we're playing it. It's so lovely. There's so much emotion. Feelings, you know? Yeah, I didn't expect to get invested at all in the story. I didn't expect to care, and yet here we are today, on this day today. Lads, what time does Twitch stream tomorrow? 6 p.m. Irish time, so the same time as I started today. Same time. I'm going to love you and leave you because it's almost 10:15 and I'm a little bit hungry. Here are the links to all the places. I'm going to put Instagram separately because everyone has been very nice about me dressing nice. This is where I put up a reel of my outfit today, and I don't like to be that person who's like, go to my places on the internet, but that's a link to my Instagram, and I do be putting reels and outfit pictures and stuff. That All of that. All of that. And I need to see who I can leave you with for the evening. Who is online? I think I know. How do we feel about Pumpkin Amy's doing a community egg lock, which sounds like great crack. I think I'll leave you with Pumpkin Amy for the evening. I will. Lads, thank you so much for coming along this evening. I feel like there's about 20 million of you. This has been great fun. Really great fun. But tomorrow we continue. And tomorrow we're going to hopefully go on our 3rd date. Hopefully. And before we go, Nerdlord passed Dutch exams. Congratulations! On that note, on that very upbeat note, we're going to head off once. I'm so sorry, but we'll catch you again soon. Goodbye from me. Goodbye from Shark. Goodbye from Dave. And Dave has a hot date tomorrow with someone called Dave. Good night! Also, I forgot to drop the links for literally anything else. I've been putting up YouTube shorts if that's of interest to anybody. There's the links. Go to the places. Get on over there. Get in. Good